So now we're being told to go back out again. We've been being told for the last 4 months, or it seems like an epoch. An age we've been told to stay in, sit down and shut up. And now we're being told to go back out again. Boris Johnson has now urged us to get back out. This is exactly as he would have said it too. I mean, just listen to him trying to say contact tracing.
Contact tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yes, exactly. Boris Johnson urged Britons to get back into work in a shift from the government's work from home if you can edict. The virus has been quashed. The danger is over. We win. No, nothing's changed. So why is the advice changed? Because we shouldn't have gone into lockdown in the first place. That's the only conclusion that I can make. There's no vaccine. There's no cure. The number of cases worldwide is going up, not down. And we're being told to get back out doing what we used to do before we were told to stay in and sit down and shut up. Why? Because the economy needs it. Well, that might have been a good thing to think of before we overreacted to a virus to save a few lives in the short term, far fewer than are likely to be lost in the long term by shutting down. I know that I'm an outlier in this, and the only people that agree with me are Donald Trump, and he is he's very knowledgeable.
I know nothing.
And it's weird. What weird bed partners? Sweden, Donald Trump, and me. Sweden is a bed partner to your precious Donald, Melania.
I don't care.
She's actually not bothered. There's no vaccine. There's no cure. The number of cases is going up, not down. Why are we going out again? Because the economy needs it. It's all about the money, honey. The PM suggested that people should return to the office if it is safe. Well, how are we supposed to know whether it's safe or not? You know, Sage, they issued a release, I think it was today or yesterday, that suggested that, and you might want to grip onto something firm because you're not going to like it. This virus can be passed on from one person to another who's 10 metres away. 10 metres away! It does sound like I'm broadcasting from a mountain pass, doesn't it? Like I should have like my skiing boots on. But you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
So, if it's safe, you return to the office if it's safe. How are we supposed to know that? How are you supposed to protect yourself from something you can catch from 10 metres away, apart from not going out ever again? There's no such thing as safe. But now that we've lost billions, getting on for trillions, we're trying to plug the leak. But here's the thing about leaks. You've got to catch it while it's small. You've got to plug a leak when it's tiny. Just ask that little Dutch boy with his finger in the dike. The comments from the Prime Minister are a significant change in the message from ministers amid mounting concerns of a bloodbath of jobs in the high street. 60,000 people are facing the axe this week alone. Holy moly. This is why they're freaking out. This is not a government by calm and lucid individuals. This is a government by people that's just flailing their arms around, who are drowning. They're not waving. They are drowning. Cafes and coffee shops have been slashing their workforce as demand has all but dried up in many towns and cities because we've been told to go inside. See, there's contact tracing. There's an enormous amount of infrastructure that depends on people going and working in an office. I mean, all of those sandwich shops, for a start. The people that make the sandwiches. The people that pick the coffee beans. The people that arrange flowers, the florists around office blocks, for people who work late, who want to make it up to their other half, their significant other, that they've been working late and interfering with the clothing of the hot intern. so they buy a bunch of flowers as though that's going to make up for it. Doesn't make up for it. All those businesses are going to go to the wall because people aren't going to offices anymore because we were locked down. If we hadn't got locked down, then they would have all survived, presumably. I don't know that that's true, but it doesn't stop it from being a fact. The comments from the Prime Minister are a significant change in the message from ministers. Does anybody know what the latest message from the ministers is or are? No. We like the first one. It's the second one what has confused us more than a little bit. Cafes and coffee shops. Well, here's the thing about cafes and coffee shops. There's too many of them. A lot of businesses that are being artificially propped up now by Dishy Rishi are or would have or would have gone to the wall because they're not very good or there's too many of them. I mean, is there anything that we have more of on our high streets than coffee shops? It's ridiculous. When did we ever get so thirsty? It's like this entire country has become a drug addict. The government's concerns now seem to be shiming to the economic health of the country, with fears that the 1980s-style unemployment will make a comeback unless normal consumer behaviour resumes. Forecasts now predict that the UK jobless rate will top 10% by the end of the year.
Oh, no.
10%? That's a quarter. Although the Prime Minister has consistently said that his government follows the science. Does anybody believe that?
No.
And furthermore...
No.
They just say they keep following the science in order to pin the blame on scientists when the various inquiries come home to roost. To roost they will. Oh, well, it's nothing to do with us. We were just doing what the scientists told us. Forecasts predict the UK jobless rate will top 10% by the end of the year. I bet it's more than that. Anybody want to take that bet? Although the Prime Minister has consistently said that his government follows the science on coronavirus policy, it's not clear whether the Chief Medical Officer, Professor Chris, and Sir Pat, the Chief Scientific Advisor and SAGE Chairman, have approved the change in the message. Whether they've approved it, who cares whether they approve it? Boris Johnson takes his orders not from the Chief Medical Officer or the Chief Scientific Advisor. They're there being used, I would imagine, as deflector shields. Boris Johnson said today, I want people to go back to work as carefully as possible. It's important that people should be going back to work if they can now, as carefully as possible. This is the fellow that boasted that he was going into a place where COVID was running rife and he was shaking as many hands as possible. Would you take medical advice from that man? And in other news, by the way, the southwest of England's R rate, the very important R rate that everybody understands now, completely and fully, the R rate, above 1. As in, 10 people are passing it on to more than 10 people. So it's going up. The Midlands, apparently, is now the only region where it is definitely below the pivotal number of 1. The Midlands, wherever they are. Tex, have you read the book about Trump? Well, I don't know. Is it a book? A book?
Boring!
No, I'll wait till the video comes out. Have you read the book about Trump? His niece. Well, in that family, you never can tell. Have you seen my daughter? She's so hot. His niece has a few choice words to say about him, says Archie. Here's a call in Beverley. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How are you this week?
I am great, mate.
Good. Couple of points, mate. I know you keep going on about Sweden, and as far as I'm concerned, the jury's out yet, but did you know that Sweden have announced their public inquiry, appointed a judge to rule over it, and the scientists and doctors to sit on it? And they are saying that they will be able to conclude this in 2022. And my point is...
2022?
2022, yeah, that's when they're going to conclude their inquiry into their handling of COVID.
Blimey.
Now, my point is that means that Boris will delay our public inquiry for a year, make sure it lasts 3 years, so that it doesn't come up before the next election.
Yeah, and then when they release it, it'll be secret for the protection of the country. For your protection, it will remain a secret. I'll tell you what the inquiry will say. I know precisely what it will say. I'm about to save you £50 million and 3 years' work. It will say lessons must be learned. And no lesson will be learned, nothing will be done about it, and we'll just all carry on as before. Nothing to see here, please move along.
I bet it'll come after the next election. But anyway, my second point was I'd love some presenter somewhere to come up with a misspeak of the week sort of feature where we look at like what Boris said on Monday, where him and his sycophant said that what he really meant was that we don't understand asymptomatic transmission of the disease, where what he actually said was care homes didn't follow procedures, and there was a surplus. You can understand how an honest man made that mistake.
Yeah, he blurted out what he actually thought, and then when people freaked out about it, you're blaming the people on £5 an hour working care homes, are you, Boris? And then he sort of made small efforts to backtrack and assure us that he isn't really the devil incarnate.
Can I squeeze a quick one in?
Yes.
Have you noticed that the hard men, the hard right, populist hard men like Trump and Bolsonaro, that didn't work too well, did it? But and the guy in Hungary, the guy in Turkey don't wear masks. But Trump lets Pence wear a mask. So the big hard man doesn't wear a mask, but the little softy man does wear a mask.
Yeah, well, Donny doesn't want to look ridiculous, you know. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, if from behind a mask, you wouldn't be able to tell that Donald Trump is a very nice person.
Donald Trump is a very nice person.
So he would have to keep telling us over and over again. Plus, if Donald Trump wore a mask, then the ladies wouldn't be able to see him.
I will be so great to women. I cherish women.
With both hands. 0345 6060 973. B text, that's the letter B, not AB. B texts, if Boris announces failing Grayling as Intelligence and Security Committee Chair, what could possibly go wrong? The news doesn't leave me feeling very secure. No, or the country appearing very intelligent. Graham in Bradford says, I'm 58 years old, 25 stone and diabetic. I've been going out as normal. I pray to God for protection. Oh, well, okay. Let me know how that works out. If I don't hear from you, then I'll assume the worst. I'll assume that God don't love you no more, Graham. I thought that's what Mike Pence was doing. Praying to God that Jesus would protect him. Correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know anything about religion. What I know about religion, you could write on the inside leaf of a Gideon Bible. But if God created everything, then God created this virus. No? Let's have Camden. Mike.
Oh, hello, Nick. Hi there.
Hello there.
Hi, how are you, all right?
Yes, very well, thanks.
Yes, I've just been down the pub. They've opened up. Everything has been revealed to me. We need to cancel Brexit. How do we do it?
Now, have you come to this conclusion after how many drinks?
6.
6 drinks.
Booze.
Carling.
Yes, right. What were you drinking?
Carling, I'm afraid.
Well, you didn't have to actually give us a brand name, but without mentioning any actual brand names. Carling Black Label, you say, yes.
Yes.
And after 6 pints, you've had a revelation.
Yes, I've completely turned around. I've completely sort of seen the error of my ways and seek repentance. What can be done?
Now, why did you come to this conclusion?
Well, the price of a pint of Carling, the price of a pint of beer, really, inflation, COVID virus, everything that's sort of coming upon us, which has been placed upon us, and James O'Brien.
Oh, James O'Brien, yes. It's probably the only time that his name has been mentioned on this programme without being in the sentence, you and James O'Brien. So you mentioned his name all on its own. Appreciate it.
I did indeed. And thank you very much, sir. And it's a great show.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. Said a drunk. Drunks love this show. Well, they have low standards. Thanks a lot, Mike. He's just made a decision. He's come to a momentous conclusion after drinking the place dry that Brexit should be stopped. And I don't think that any such thing is even occurring to the dear leader, because this virus gives the perfect cover for a disastrous Brexit. I mean, if, as I suspect, we're barrelling towards a no-deal Brexit, which I suspect also was the intention all along, for us to hitch our cart up to that giant ass that is Donald Trump.
Oh, shut up!
That's where we're going, to become more American, because, that's where the money is. I suspect that this virus is like manna from heaven. It's going to give the perfect cover to any negative consequences of Brexit, because they'll just point to the virus and say, well, it's that invisible monster's fault. Nothing to do with Brexit. Brexit's been a tremendous success. And the billions and trillions that we've lost, and the trade that we've lost, and the prices in the shops, and the jobs that have been decimated, all of those things had nothing to do with Brexit. Why would anybody think that? It's the virus what done it. It's the perfect cover. If I didn't know better, I would suspect that Gollum had invented the virus just for that very purpose. Jim texts, it wasn't an overreaction. It was a non-reaction. What, us being in lockdown? A non-reaction. He says the best thing for the economy would have been a quicker lockdown, a proper lockdown, enforced with laws and a proper track, trace and isolate system. A what kind of system?
Contact tracing. Contact tracing.
If you ever feel like it, then you have the government's permission to taste your contact. He says Jim says it wasn't an overreaction, it was a non-reaction. The best thing for the economy would have been a quicker lockdown, a proper lockdown, enforced with laws and a proper track and trace and isolate system. We could have had 1,000 dead people instead of 60,000 dead people as well, if we just copied other countries. Well, other countries seem to have had more than 1,000 dead. I mean, there was a couple, like the always perfect Asian countries. I think Hong Kong had a very, very low number, maybe Singapore, but, those are islands, those are city-states. Tiny little islands with dictatorial governments that can impose a lockdown. In this loose country, then you couldn't be quite so... you couldn't lock down with such determinism. That's not quite right. You couldn't lock down and be so determined about it, because we would have said no. I'm still amazed at how obedient we've been. Almost like we've been trained. Gloria says, I thought you were a sensible man, but mocking God, saying he created the virus, is not on. Well, he did, didn't he? Or she? If God created everything, did he or she not create the virus? I mean, asking for 6 billion people who are keen to find out. If you're on TikTok, then you are wasting your life away. I mean, I don't really know much about TikTok, but apparently it's, and I don't know, something about the Chinese state spying on you dancing. as though that's what they would spend their time doing. Looking at us doing the disco dancing. TikTok, please. I'll tell you what TikTok is. It's a giant waste of time. It's a way that the Chinese have come to figure out to ruin this once great nation, or the West in its entirety, by making us waste our time. Stop doing TikTok, people. Do something better, like, I don't know, looking out the window would be a good idea. Herne Hill, Adrian.
Yeah, hi, good evening.
Adrian.
Yeah, I'm actually a publican. We own a country pub the reason I rang, I thought you were a little bit harsh on that chap who called him a drunk on the fact they had 6 pints, but that's by the by. We haven't had a bit of bother. We have not had a bit of bother. We own like a village pub, and also another reason I rang is that.
Well, what do you mean you've not had a bit of bother? I mean, the implication is that you ordinarily have bits of bother.
No, not at all. But
But what do you mean, just, no bother? Bother in what way?
What I mean, my son, is that this idea that people start using pubs, they'll start kicking off and are stupid. But
do you talk to your customers like this, by the way?
No, not really.
Right.
Well, yeah, probably. But the main point I'm saying is that businesses that are important, whether it's a pub or a restaurant, or a shop or whatever, businesses are really, really important. They're important for the economy, for people's happiness, and all that sort of stuff. So,
you are all over the shop. Have you been sampling your own wares? What are you talking about? First of all, you were saying there's no problems, and now businesses are important. Is there anybody that's ever said? Is there anyone who has ever said businesses are not important?
Well, not being funny.
No.
Listen, I actually personally think you're being slightly facetious. I listen to LBC all the time.
You called me my son. I'm not your son.
Yeah, well, okay.
I'm probably older than you are.
It's a term of endearment.
Okay, well, endear this. 0345 6060 973, dear. Term of endearment. LB says, so the face mask Stasi are getting their way then. Shame they have to cave into the pressure. I suspect it may cause a backlash. Here's the thing about face masks. I'm not an expert. In fact, I know as much about this as Donald Trump.
I'm not a doctor.
But nobody has suggested. I mean, I know that you would have to get into a time machine and go back about 4 months. But wouldn't it have been a better idea if we just carried on as normal and all worn a face mask? Because a face mask that we're using now doesn't protect you from getting a virus, but it stops you from giving it to somebody else. So if everybody had worn one, if we just reached into the cupboard or gone down to shops and bought a face mask each, and then just carried on as normal, then we would not be about to face the worst recession ever. I mean, they're saying it's the worst recession in 300 years, which means ever. Because the economy, as it used to be 300 years ago, was neither here nor there. It was just the people trading goats with each other. You get 3 chickens to the goat. So I don't imagine that their economy was anything much to begin with. So, but if we're having to go back that far, 300 years, then we're in big trouble. And all because that we stayed in for 4 months. Incredible, isn't it? That the entirety of our economic lives is so fragile that it can be ruined, probably forever, just by us not going out for 4 months. I mean, talk about teetering on the edge. That's pathetic. So if we'd known that, people have thought about it for just a moment. I mean, presumably the government isn't just, can think further than your average dog. If they thought about it for just a moment, they'd have realised that this is where we would be if we stayed in for 4 months. I mean, any fool know that. It's blindingly obvious, isn't it? So wouldn't it have been a better idea not to do that? If the whole world reacted to this virus outbreak like they have to every single other virus outbreak, then we wouldn't be in this position now. Then we wouldn't be listing the jobless totals per day in the tens of thousands, not the tens. Look at I'll read them out to you. God, it's absolutely frightening. Airbus cut 15,000 jobs, British Airways 12,000 jobs, Boots 4,000 jobs, BP 10,000 jobs, Upper Crust is planning to axe 5,000 jobs, Airport Ground Handling Company Swissport 4,500 jobs, Virgin Atlantic 3,000 jobs, Rolls-Royce 2,000 jobs, Travis Perkins 2,500 jobs. Johnson Matthey, 2,500 jobs. Bombardier, 2,500. Royal Mail, 2,000. EasyJet, 2,000. Harvey's, the furniture people, 1,300. Bentley Motors, 1,000. Cath Kidston, 900. TM Lewin stores, the shirt people, 600 jobs. They're folding. 500 jobs at Mulberry, and on and on and on it goes. All because we stayed in for 4 months. It's just absolutely amazing. The basis for our lives, the way the country ticks along, and in fact the whole world does business, can be upended and burst into flames and sink if people just stop spending money for 4 months. It's not even like we stopped spending money. I don't know about you, but I've been spending more money on food and booze than I used to do before the lockdown. I mean, I didn't used to go out to restaurants that much, and I didn't go to pubs, mostly because they were full of people like that last bloke that I was talking to. People who you would want to avoid. You'd turn swiftly on your heels and leave if somebody like that was propping up the bar. So I didn't want that in my life, and so I didn't. It's not something that I miss because I never did in the first place very much. But I haven't stopped spending. I've been doling out cash like a one-armed bandit. And I bet that that's the case with many people. I mean, Tesco's and, the major food retailers, their profits have been going through the roof. They've been having a fantastic time. Look at Amazon. Blimey. That bloke, it was already the richest person in the world. He's put on billions to his already vast cache. So it's not like we even stopped spending money. It's just we stopped spending money on certain things. And even that, just what is actually a slight break in our behaviour, has caused the biggest recession that the world has ever seen. And what we're experiencing now is just the beginning, because we haven't really fully come out of our bunkers yet. We're just peeking out at the moment to see what the devastation is like. We haven't experienced it yet. Give us 6 months, and then we'll know. And people say, oh, well, Sweden, obviously they got it wrong because some people died. Well, death is not a new phenomenon. People die all the time. I think you'll find that that's correct. And it very much depends on what kind of death you're worried about. I mean, if you're worried about deaths right now, immediately, today and tomorrow, then yeah, locking down was a good idea. But if but that only makes sense if you're unconcerned about deaths next year, or deaths from other causes than the virus that have been caused by our reaction to the virus. Like the shutting down of the NHS, for instance. We didn't save the NHS. We switched the NHS off. So it became a virus-fighting service. And everybody that needed the services of the NHS, the people with cancer and so on and so forth, they didn't get treated. This place is closed. Please treat yourself. And then, of course, there's the third world. And they're going to have... you think that we're going to have it bad. They're going to have it really bad. I mean, Oxfam released this missive about what's going to happen to the third world now, and it's not pretty. There's going to be more deaths that are going to occur in the third world because of us in the first world staying in for 4 months than we have saved by doing that. So don't tell me that Sweden got it wrong. The whole world got it wrong. Sweden wasn't the country that was conducting an experiment about this. The whole of the rest of the world was. I mean, can you remember that there was a virus in I think it was 1960s, wasn't it? I mean, it's so vague in our memories that I can't tell you what precise year it was. Because we didn't do anything. We just carried on. Oh, there's a virus going around. Some people are bound to die, but then if we stop going out, as we have done, then we've cleared the air. So the people that would have died from the pollution, they haven't died. See, there's consequences on both sides to our actions. And people just are shuffling along, all convinced that we have done the right thing. It's just that we didn't do it fast enough. as though it's just by degrees. If only we'd locked down a week before, well, we'd still be in this mess now. In fact, it'd probably been worse. An extra week of shifted economic activity. God, it's like living in a sci-fi film, isn't it? Like a really bad one that never ends. About people wanting to work at home. Almost 1 in 3 employees are planning to keep working from home after the coronavirus restrictions end, according to a survey, in direct contravention to what the dear leader is now telling us to do. He doesn't want you to work at home. He wants you to go out, because by going out and working in the office, you'll buy a sandwich and you'll buy some flowers and perhaps a shirt. Oh, you would look fantastic in a new shirt. The COVID-19 pandemic resulted in the government ordering people to work from home if possible, and many are still doing this. And loving it, by the way. A survey of 3,000 adults by Halifax found that many saw the new lifestyle as an environmental wake-up call and a chance to do something about climate change. Because if there's one thing that we have noticed more than anything else, I mean, apart from the insects came back, is that the air is cleaner. That's one of the things that really hit us in the face over the past 4 months, is our absolute responsibility for the quality of the air that we breathe. And, as though you needed reminding, something in the order of 50,000 people a year die prematurely from bad air in this country. 50,000! And because it happens over a long period of time, we are less concerned about that. In fact, we don't appear, apparently, to be bothered about it at all. I mean, what have we done about it? Almost nothing. But this, just staying in, not going out, cleared the air up in a matter of weeks. Not just here, but all over the world. A survey of 3,000 adults by Halifax found that many saw the new lifestyle of working at home as an environmental wake-up call and a chance to do something about climate change. But I suspect they only said that after they were prompted by the researchers about it being good for the environment. I mean, honestly, we aren't really remotely interested in protecting the environment. Or we'd have done something about it by now. I mean, to give you an easy example, we would drop less litter if we were concerned about the environment. But we can't even be bothered to do that. Take your litter home with you, people. But people want to work from home because it frees up at least 2 hours a day. 2 hours a day that they wouldn't have to travel. I mean, some people travel 2 hours there and back. 4 hours. These are hours that they could better use to get some sleep, which would make them work better. And I bet people would work longer hours. Plus, think of all the money that they'd save by not having to commute. I mean, some people pay £5,000 a year for a train ticket to go there and back. The research shows that 3 out of 5 said they did not expect things to ever go back to normal. I mean, do you? I can't see it. I mean, assuming, I think that the people have got it into their heads, the idea that there's going to be a vaccine, there's going to be a cure. In fact, that there is already a cure. That if they haven't got the virus yet, they're not going to get it. I think there's a lot of thinking along those lines. Oh, I'm tempted to think like that myself. I mean, I suspect that I've had it, but I don't know because, there's no contact tracing.
Contact testing, contact tracing.
Somebody should test him. We don't know. I don't know. I don't know anybody that's had it. I mean, it's quite possible that everybody I know has had it, but we don't know because we haven't had the symptoms or very mild symptoms, so we don't know. But this idea that things could go back to normal it's for the birds. Most were hopeful in this survey. Most said that they were hopeful that the world could use the change to tackle the climate emergency. But again, I bet only because they were prompted to say that. 4 out of 5 of those surveyed thought remote working was a way to reduce emissions. Well, we know that that's true. I mean, the clean air, there's countries that can see from one side of the street to the other now. in cities like Bangkok and places like that. The breathing more easily, dying from it less. The reliance on working from home could do more harm than good in homes with low energy efficiency rates, it says, which is presumably the essence of why they took this survey in the first place. And I suppose that last one is right. But the problem with that is the quality of housing stock in this country. It's terrible, particularly the new ones that they're building, of which there's going to be a lot more, I bet, because the government's going to start spraying money all over their close personal friends in the construction industry to build tiny little homes, little tiny flatlets, and estates full of identical little boxes with mean little windows and rooms so small there's no space for cupboards. There's no space for your stuff. That is the one thing about working from home that's not so great. Home. People live in terrible homes in this country. But apart from that, it would be great. Great for the environment. Great for the health of the nation. Great for the air that we breathe. People would sleep longer, and etc. and so on. Of course, there's some businesses that depend on people coming together, like the arts, the entertainment businesses. That's where people spark off each other in groups. But if you're a lawyer, for instance, or you're an accountant, then it's not really an issue, is it? You can sit at home clacking away on your computer. It doesn't really matter whether you're in a shiny office block or whether you're doing it at home. And there's so many people that don't depend on the interaction with others. But, so, like this business, for instance, it depends on people chit-chatting to each other, coming up with ideas and, making wizard plans. But not if you're I'm trying to think of something that's like an accountant or a lawyer, like a banker, like a trader, for instance. Banks have whole floors, entire buildings full of people gawping at computer screens, which they most certainly could do at home. Ted in Wood Green says, Nick, I think TfL should put pictures of the intensive care COVID patients in the buses. That would shock the non-wearers of masks. Well, what you mean, like do a cigarette packet on people? I think we're up to our eyeballs in misery, Ted. Don't start adding to it. Canary Wharf, hello, Mike.
Hey Nick, it's the first time I've heard your show, and I like your rant is great. I wish we heard more of it. Well, no, I mean because it's true that the points that you make are quite clear. Sweden and that, they obviously didn't have any really substantially higher death rate than us here, and they mulled along, and just kept their businesses going, and we're seeing this death rate slump. And all of a sudden now they're telling us in the stats that the death rate for this last month or whatever is way lower than the norm. So that means that people just died early. And, the mask wearing and everything like that is starting to look pointless unless you're sick.
I don't know about the mask wearing. I mean, I'm no expert, but it does make sense to me that if everybody wore masks, then it would pass on less.
Sure. Especially at the beginning, of course. That would have been the Koreans did it and the Taiwanese did it, and that
and the Japanese
problem. And the Japanese as well. But your points about maybe some of the changes, like we're slowing down in our life a little bit, and maybe that's better. I just talked to a guy that opened a restaurant that, of course, opened just as COVID started, and I spoke with him the other day, and he said, the silver lining was I got to spend time with my kids. His other restaurant that they had earlier for 20 years or 30 years, he said, I always come home at 1 o'clock in the morning. He said, for the last 4 months, I've been with my family for the first time in 30 years. So, the slowing down, the changing, the sleep, like you said, many of those things, maybe a new economy will come out of it. Well, I'm not going to rely on people like Boris and others and those who call themselves scientists and pundits to tell us what the future will be like. They're obviously no Nostradamuses, and they've been wrong, it seems, at every turn here so far. So, I want you to keep up with what you're saying because I think it's great. I wish the mainstream media did it.
Well, this is the mainstream media.
Well, LBC maybe so, but I mean, you got a lot of lefties on that show as well. Maybe you are. I've never heard your show before.
A lot of lefties?
Well, personally, I listen to LBC during the day.
Right.
I'd say I thought you guys were right, but you're kind of left.
I think you'll find all the colours of the rainbow on this station. Well, let me ask you about Canary Wharf. I mean, it's a place that I go to a couple of times a year just to hang out and, eat and drink and be merry. But I haven't been there this year at all. It is very much dependent on office workers, isn't it? In fact, that's pretty much the only people that are there. People who work in those giant, shiny office buildings. What's it been like?
Sure. Well, so as far as the malls going, the big mall that's here at Canada Place and stuff like that, it's picking back up and the shops are open. The pubs and that, like the Weatherspoons and stuff down the way there's that little promenade area that's been looks pretty full now. People are getting in there, and the promenade here on the sunny days is completely packed.
Right.
All these businesses were shut down except for this one. The one guy I was telling you about that was opened his business. He was at least selling beer and takeaway food, which wasn't against the law at the time, and I don't know why the other ones along the promenade didn't do it. He said he made bank over this last 4 months.
Oh, yeah.
But people just wanted to have a pint when they went out for a little walk along here. So there's foot traffic, and it's moving, and a lot of people live here. Well, it's fine, I mean, it's picking back up. The business, for sure, you just don't notice the businessmen. There's
Right.
just people, I see the Clipper every day come by. One person gets on, one person gets off. I don't even know how they operate that thing.
No, well, to public transport in general, they must be losing money hand over fist because they're having to operate a full service, but only carrying about 10% of their passengers. How are they managing it? Well, we're all paying for it, I suppose.
I don't even know if 10%. My colleague comes in. I ride in on a bike to work, a pedal bike. So,
Well, thanks for protecting the environment. We appreciate it, Mike.
Well, I mean, instead of the train, because I always used to get sick on the train.
Yeah.
My colleague comes in from the north, and he takes a bit of the Bakerloo line, and he says there's like 4 people on the train.
Yeah, that's what I hear. Yeah, I haven't travelled any mode of public transport for 4 months, but I'm thinking of doing it this week. Wish me luck. Thanks a lot, Mike. Please disregard everything that I said about TikTok. It is not a giant waste of time. It is, in fact, the best thing that you could possibly have on your phone and in your life. And I really mean that. Chancellor Rishi Sunak's Eat Out to Help. Shouldn't it be Eat Out to Help Out? I've just invented slogans. Eat Out to Help Out would be better, wouldn't it? Eat Out to Help. Help. In fact, isn't it is it Eat Out to Help Out, or is it Eat Out to Help?
Eat Out to Help Out.
How to help out. There you are, you see. I was completely correct in every respect. Chancellor Rishi Sunak's Eat Out to Help Out ambitions to aid a struggling hostility sector suffered a setback as the Office for National Statistics suggested that 1 in 5 people are ready to return to restaurants. 1 in 5.
Oh, no.
That's a third. The Office for National Statistics survey of 2,500 people carried out before the £500 million voucher scheme was announced found just 20% of adults were comfortable. Wait, there's more. 20% of adults were comfortable with eating at restaurants, either indoors or outdoors. 20% said yes, 60% said no. Well, actually, 60% said no.
Thank you.
Because, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
Among the over 70s, the people who are most at risk of dying from COVID-19, 2/3 rated themselves uncomfortable with eating out. Blimey. Restaurants are doomed. Mr. Sunak put leisure and hostility at the centre of his summer statement last week, also unveiling a £4.1 billion temporary VAT cut for the sector in a bid to protect 2 million jobs. They're just throwing money around. I mean, in a desperate attempt to make some of it stick, like spaghetti at the wall. A £4.1 billion temporary VAT cut for the hospitality sector in a bid to protect 2 million jobs. But only a quarter of us said that we're likely to take a holiday anywhere else or in the UK, or to take advantage of this meals package, which offers up to £10 per person off meals for 3 days a week throughout August. We've been locked in since late March, and we are even gloomier about going to the cinema, apparently. Just 13% of us want to go back to see a film. What, even if there's another Terminator film?
Correct.
Yeah, 13%. 70% do not want to go back to the cinema. And I would imagine that as the virus is not going to just magically disappear, then that feeling will continue. The ONS, Office for National Statistics, added that anxiety levels are also on the rise. Blimey. Well, I think that might be a function of us creeping back outside. I mean, you stay in, safe. Go outside, that's where the lurgy lurks. A statistician at the ONS, Hugh Strickland, said, while lockdown restrictions continue to be lifted, our survey shows people feeling cautious about going out and planning holidays, and some appear less certain about their working futures. Well, you got that right. You don't have to be an expert to tell you that. I think I've got whatever it is that Boris Johnson has called.
Contact tasting, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Yeah, something like that. 0345 6060 973. Let's have York. Jan.
Hello, Nick.
Jan.
How are you?
Great, mate.
Good. You're so right about commuting. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense nowadays, does it, when people are able to work from home?
For most people, it's crazy.
Yeah, and I've often wondered how they stand it anyway.
How people who have to commute can stand it?
Yeah.
Well, I think that there was a lot in about the modern world that we were just putting up with, thinking that, well, there's nothing we can do about it. We're just going to have to go along with it. It's ruining my life and it'll cause me an early death, but I'm just going to have to go ahead and do it anyway. I'm going to have to get up after 6 hours sleep in the middle of the night, put on my hat, coat, scarf and gloves and go and wait for the bus that won't arrive in the pouring rain, and the bus will go to the train and I have to spend £5,000 a year for the benefit of getting a ticket, and I arrive at work exhausted.
Yeah, it must be a nightmare. I mean, it was bad enough when I was at work and I only had to get one bus. And more often than not, it was crowded and you couldn't get a seat and it was full of school kids anyway. And school kids coughing and sneezing and listening to their, what's it, music.
All that blooming youth music. Awful.
Exactly. Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, you're so right. I mean, but I think I'm a bit of a pessimist. I think we'll just go back to what it was before,
Yeah, I do too.
Don't you?
I half suspect that things will never be the same again, but that I do think that people are yearning to go back to how their lives used to be with all of the bad things in place. The travelling in and out of work when you don't really need to, the spending money on stuff that you don't need and it's money that you haven't got. All of that, insane consumerism and adding to the pollution of the world. And
it's mad, isn't it? Yeah. And why do people need to get a new phone every year?
It's crazy. Because they've been hypnotised, Jan.
It's really stupid.
Never mind about a new phone. How about a new car? People go buy a new car every 3 years.
Well, yeah, you've got 3, haven't you?
No. No. I used to, but now I've only got 2. One that doesn't work and one that does work.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'll tell you something else I agree with you about.
Yeah.
H.
Oh, drives me up the wall.
Not beginning with H. When I was at primary school, we always used to get... the teacher always used to drum it into us, H does not begin with an H.
With an H, A-I-T-C-H.
That's right.
Weirdly, H doesn't begin with an H.
No, exactly. And that's what we were always taught.
Yeah. I don't know why what rubs me up so much the wrong way, but it just does. I can't stand it.
It does. It's annoying, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe I should just try and get over it, but I've tried, Jan, and I can't.
It's difficult.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things that
it's exactly right.
Get you down, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know about get me down. It makes me want to yell at the person that's saying H. But I don't know about getting me down.
Oh, it gets me down.
Does it?
Mind you, a lot of things do, really, yeah.
Well, like what?
Oh, I can't think of anything
Life.
at the moment, but
People get me down. Blooming people.
I know. A lot of people do, don't they? But some are all right.
Here, are you dry being in as you are in York?
Am I what?
Dry, because York is the good people in York are mostly up to their eyeballs in water most of the time, aren't they?
Oh yeah, by the river, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they often get flooded down there.
They do.
But I'm okay, thank goodness.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, there's not much rain on the horizon, Jan, so you can enjoy your downstairs living area.
Lovely.
All right, thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. This text says, I went to the bookies today. They wouldn't let me in without a mask. Last year, I wouldn't get in with one on. That's right. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, if you'd put a mask on this time last year and gone into the bookies or anywhere that does money for a living, you'd have been met with a stern response. That's correct. Funny old world, ain't it? Funny as in not amusing. Monica says, did you see Boris Johnson doing his Churchill impression while Rishi Sunak was presenting his summer statement the other day? Spitting image of the Churchill nodding dog. That Churchill impression. No, I didn't. Being as how the budget statement is possibly the most boring hour or two you will ever spend. But no, I did not see that.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
But I can imagine it. Let's have Newcastle. Peter.
Hello?
Yes, Peter.
Hi. Can you hear us okay?
I can.
Okay, first time call. I tried a million times, but the first time we got through.
Oh, good man.
I'm just calling. I just said there, like, I'm a hairdresser. We've just opened up this week, and oh my god, it's absolutely crazy. It's worse than Christmas time. I mean, I shouldn't say worse. I should say better. But with all the restrictions and things, you know, it's unbelievable.
I had my hair cut for the first time in 4 months just this week. Oh. I can't tell you how fantastic it feels.
We're starting at work every single morning at 8:30, and I'm leaving work now. This is me leaving to go home.
What?
And it's the same. It's been like this every single day. And for all the girls and myself, and we're I'm so tired. Like, I can't even think. I'm heading home to have me tea. Yeah. Then iron me clothes for tomorrow. But I've got to go in. I've got to get a shower because I can't, I've got to do all the restrictions. I've got to make sure I haven't got any COVID-19 in my hair, whatever.
Right.
Get a shower, have me tea, iron me clothes for tomorrow, and it's even ridiculous. We've run out of toilet roll in the shop, and the shops are closed, so I can't. I've just went there, as on the way back. I've got to go early in the morning to try and get it because it's just crazy.
Well, Peter, are you running your own business or are you an employee?
No, it's my business.
Well,
so I own a salon.
Right.
I'm a hairdresser in the salon that I own.
But aren't you then responsible for your own misery? Can't you open later and close earlier?
It is. Not really, because, see, normally you do things like you'd put a colour on somebody's hair, and whilst it's developing, you would then cut somebody else's.
Yeah.
But because we can only have one person in at a time...
really? You can only have one person in your shop at a time?
No, I mean, like, per hairdresser. So normally,
okay. Right.
I would put, say, somebody's colour on, and whilst it's developing, I'd cut somebody else's.
Yeah.
So you can get to quite a lot of people like that, But because we can't do that, so, for example, if there's a lady who's normally in for, say, 3 or 4 hours,
God.
You would normally be able to do a couple of people in between then.
3 or 4 hours? What takes
Honestly,
3 or 4 hours?
There's lots of colours for hair that take that amount of time, and if you get a lady with really long hair. So, normally you get to people quite quickly, but we're opening up really long days, and we're doing 6 days a week, just for the next 3 weeks. And I said to the girls, after that, we've got to do a cut-off, because we'll just die on our feet, I mean, it's busier than Christmas time.
Yeah. So what kind of equipment are you wearing? What do you have to wear for all those hours?
Well, they changed they changed the rules on the day we opened, so that I had all the masks and visors.
Yeah.
But you only have to wear one or the other now. So, I'm going from one to the next all day because the visors you get, the ones you buy on Amazon and everywhere, they're not really that clear. The glass, well, it's not glass, it's plastic.
Yeah. Now, these are the ones that you staple to your forehead and they cover your entire face like a windscreen, right?
Yeah, these things, they're not really clear. And when you're looking at somebody's hair, you need to be able to see properly, each strand of it.
That's exactly what my barber said. He said that they started the week wearing a mask and a visor over the mask, but it steamed up and they couldn't see what they were doing.
Oh no, it's true. So if I have a blonde person, I'll wear the visor. If I have a dark-haired person, I have to wear the mask. And then your mouth's sweating all day long, and it's so uncomfortable. But I mean, don't get us wrong. We're doing all the things we have to do and things. But I had a lady in yesterday. And I squeezed her in because she's graduating, and it's really hard to squeeze people in because you can't really, So I had to move a few people before and after because she was graduating.
Right. We wanted to look her best.
Yeah, and I've spent about £4,000 on the salon getting it adjusted for everyone going back, so we have the 2 meters distance between everybody, all the sanitation things. I've got plastic things at the basins and things like that to separate everything off.
£4,000.
Yeah, I've had to decorate rooms because to have girls in different rooms so that they're not working too close to each other. So I've had to do all sorts of things. I've been and a lot of that's been me doing things myself, like painting and all that kind of stuff. It's cost a fortune. And I mean, don't get us wrong. We did get the grant from the government of like £11,000 to help. So.
Oh no way! Well, okay, hang on a minute. 11,000. That's quite a lot. What did they give you £11,000 for?
Well, they do. They give you 11,000 to 25,000, depending on as a small as a grant to help you get through that. That was what Richie Sunak did to help you get the. But because we're a smaller business, we got the 11. But we're being closed for the 4 months, so that's paid that's been paying the rent and paying the bills and everything. So we haven't had a rent thing or anything. So, but the rest of the money's went into paying all these things to get the place ready. You know, so I squeezed this lady in. You know, did her hair really nice, and at the end of it, I said, we've had to stick a £5 on the end of everyone's bill, you know, because of. I'm sure I did tell her this, to be honest. And she says, £5 for a plastic bag? And she was meaning that we have to wear the thing which we put on. And I thought, like, because we're giving them all disposable gowns instead of the normal ones. Yeah, £5 for a plastic bag. That was the answer. And I thought, Jesus, you know, the girl. No one's had a wage for 4 months. We're working at half capacity at like maximum amount. We're all dying on our feet here. The amount of money we've got to spend.
And she's still moaning.
Yeah, about a few quid extra for the, I mean, you know.
So are people? Let me ask you this: are people tipping more extravagantly than they were beforehand?
Well, this person didn't give us a penny, well as refused for the PPE costs. But everybody else, I must admit, has been lovely.
Right.
And it's been, you know, everyone's kind of clubbing together and trying to help each other out and stuff. But it's really difficult because when we go back to normal time, I mean, we can only work at this rate for a short period of time because you know we're only human. Like,
you can't do these hours forever. No.
No, you can't. But we've got a backlog of so many people we're trying to fit in.
Right. So you're going to be eventually. You'll have to cut back to doing ordinary hours. But in those hours, you won't be able to serve as many people as you used to. So your earnings are going to be down forever, right?
Substantially, for a long time.
And do you think that you're going to? I mean, looking ahead, do you think you're going to come out at the end of it? You're going to survive?
I mean, we should do, like, because you know, I'm quite good at cutting. When you own a business, you know, when you're used to cutting, you know.
When I went to the barber's, I thought that he was going to say, okay, everybody gets one haircut. That's it. I'm going to go over you with the clippers. There's going to be no requests, no fancy cuts. I'm not going to be long on the top and short on the sides or anything like that. You're just going to get one haircut and that's it. And I just let him do whatever he wanted to do, and I didn't make any demands on him at all. Listen, I'm going to have to go, Peter, but I wish you all the best.
Talk.
Yes, tip your hair specialist well, and your waiter, and everybody else that requires a tip. The person who brings your pizza, that brings your pizza over to the house, tip them well as well. I mean, a lot of people in this country have had used the lockdown in order to. Well, they haven't used it; it just happened. They've been spending less on going out and doing things and buying a new holiday and a new car and all of those big ticket items. And so the money that they would have spent has just been piling up. Well, spread it about a bit. Squirt your cash around the economy, by which method we'll all get better. Here's a call in Durham. Hello, Margaret.
Hi, Nick.
Margaret.
I'm ringing about that nice lady who rang in and advocated that people should stay at home and work.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought, my God, what a bleak prospect. That would be the death of society. You stay in your bubble, you get your food delivered, you have entertainment in-house.
Yes.
You don't need the library, you've got a Kindle. No. And now she says, let's not go to work.
Yeah.
Come on, Nick. You interact with people by the hundreds of thousands.
Yeah, that's plenty enough for me on the phone from a distance.
What a world it would be if we didn't go to work and make friends and meet partners and have a bit of gossip and some falling out. Dear God, that's a hellish prospect to somebody like me.
I'd love it.
You wouldn't.
I absolutely would love it. Yeah, I know that I shouldn't say this, but I've enjoyed the lockdown. Those 3 months when the weather was fantastic, and I didn't have to do anything or go anywhere, and I'd wake up and think, what do I have to do today? Oh yeah, nothing. What do I have to do tomorrow? Nothing.
Well, John, the club, I loved it too.
It was
you
marvellous.
could come out at night and talk to thousands of people on the radio.
Yeah.
You weren't exactly.
Yeah, but this is not.
You weren't lacking human contact.
No, well, this is not human contact. Talking to strangers on the phone is not human contact.
No, well, you know, it's better than nothing, isn't it? Anyway, that's what I feel.
Right.
People must get out to work and mix socially, or it is the death of society as we know it. But just before I go, the same lady was concerned about pronunciations.
Yes.
And all the radio I've been listening to, I am amazed at your southern vowels.
My southern vowels?
All of you southerners. When James O'Brien talks about the class system.
The class
and
system.
Somebody said, oh, she's so pretty, such a nice face. And I think, you're mangling the vowels down there.
So
you
pretty,
really ought to look into that.
Such a nice face.
A nice face.
What's a face?
Well, up here, you'd say somebody had a nice face.
Face, yeah.
But
no, southern people do not say face. You must have misheard that. I've never heard anybody say face in my life.
I heard this on a bus in London, my darling.
Oh, well.
Lovely baby, nice face.
There's another excellent reason not to take the bus.
Well, some of us don't have Cadillacs like you. Anyway, watch your vowels down there, but please get people back to work. Get them mixing, get them meeting, get them interacting with each other. That's what life's about.
Right. Well, that's what creates life, is people interacting with each other.
Disgusting.
If only people would keep their hands to themselves, then there'd be a lot less life about. Thanks a lot, Margaret. I do feel sorry for young persons. How are they going to, hook up? Or whatever the current terminology is. Because if the people are wearing a face mask, they can't get within 10 feet of each other. How are you going to, do it? Simon in Windsor says, I just wanted to say I went out in Windsor for the first time tonight, and bearing in mind it was a nice day and lots of the pubs had outside seating, I was stunned how quiet it was. I get the feeling that it's going to take a lot longer than we think to get people back out again. Really? Windsor? Yes. Well, I do pass quite a few pubs on the way to here, and restaurants and so on, and I'd say only 2 of them looked like they were doing good business. Quite a few, well, the vast majority of them looked like there was no one there. For very good reasons. I think there's a lot of businesses that were just clinging on because they just had history in being where they are. They weren't really making very much money. They were just sort of clinging on, like zombie businesses. Not really going anywhere. They didn't have much of a future. They're clinging on desperately from one day to the next with no direction, no future. And a lot of those died out last year before this virus even happened. Chain restaurants, a lot of chain restaurants just disappeared because they weren't very good. And I think you could say the same for pubs. Pubs, by and large, let's face it, are rubbish. And I had a bloke talking to me who was a publican in a country pub some while ago. Very, very annoying. There's another excellent reason not to go to a pub, the annoying publican. But the music's rubbish. You got those fruit machines with the blinking lights that are practically put you into a hypnotic state. You can't take your eyes off them. Blinking and blinking and blinking. With the sounds, the bells and the whoops and just everything that goes along with that. Demanding our attention in the corner of the room. Terrible. And the sticky carpet and the smell and the other people, the drunks, booze, and everything that goes with a pub. They got bad seats. You can't see anything out the windows because they got curtains on them, and most pubs are just bad. So it would not be a dreadful thing if they just disappeared, would it? To be replaced perhaps with better places. I mean, those restaurants, those chain restaurants that folded. The reason that they folded was because the food that they served was rubbish. The service that you got inside was also rubbish. They were just trading on a name. often a famous chef's name off the telly, who had never cooked there, ever, just using the name. And the establishments weren't very good, so they're gone. Is anybody missing them? No. I think there's a lot of businesses like that will fold because they just weren't very good, hadn't kept up with the times, didn't spend the money on making themselves better. You could say that about shops as well. A lot of shops are going to fold, principally because people didn't go there anymore because they were old-fashioned, hadn't kept up. Shopping malls, there's another one. There's going to be a lot of businesses that did have a future that were viable and were doing excellent work. They will very unfortunately close because they'll just get caught up in the economic misery that has been wrought by staying in for 4 months. But there's a lot of rubbish businesses that should have died years ago that will be exterminated by this virus. So maybe that will be some good that comes from this. There will be a lot of misery before it gets good again, but some good will come from this. Fingers crossed. Let's hope so.
Back to it.
Glenn in Tipton says, Nick, this whole thing has been caused by the mainstream media. Oh, I see. It's my fault. I was talking to a bloke from Canary Wharf about half an hour ago, something like that, and he was he just mentioned the mainstream media in passing, with the implication that the mainstream media is run by lefties. I hear that all the time. Oh, you lefties in the mainstream media. Are you kidding me? The mainstream media is right wing. How can anybody suggest otherwise? The mainstream media is Murdoch, the Rothermeres and the Barclays. That's who sell the most media in this country. They are dominating the media in this country. Offshore billionaires. Mainstream media. Anyway, this whole thing has been caused by the mainstream media, says Glenn. When Boris first suggested herd immunity, he was attacked by the mainstream media until he took the lockdown route. We can't win. We, as in you on the right, you mean? Oh no, actually, I take that back. He didn't say we can't win. He said he can't win. No, it wasn't the mainstream media that attacked Boris Johnson. It was his own advisors. You know, because Boris Johnson is only following the scientific advice. Sure he is. Dave in the World says, good to see you agree with Trump, though, these days. MAGA, hey, Nick. Yeah, I agree with Trump. The reason that Donald Trump wants to get America back to work is because the only thing that he's got is the economy, the American economy, in order to avoid being a one-term loser president. And so he keeps saying things like maybe you should inject bleach or take whatever it is, I don't know, it's the only long word he knows, hydroblock. The only reason that he was going on about is because the people on Fox News were keeping going on about it. What is it?
Hydroxychloroquine.
Right, and what's the chemical formula?
I'll get back to you.
He's going to get back to me. I know nothing. You should have just said that. That's why Trump kept going on about hydroxy is because Fox News just kept banging on and on and on about it for some bizarre reason. Somebody should look into that, whatever that reason is. Very strange. But maybe you should drink bleach. I've heard tremendous things about it. I don't agree with Donald Trump. We just happen to be walking in the same direction. We're going to different destinations, but for this moment, we are walking in the same direction, but for completely different reasons. Dave in the World says, oh no, I've read that. Lewis in Blackheath says, you are absolutely right regarding lockdown. Completely correct in every respect. I think the government has handled this terribly, but the football nature of politics today means that most people either idolise or demonise what Boris Johnson does, regardless of the effect of those actions. Yeah, we're all living in Donald Trump's world now. He's an expert on the virus.
This, whatever they want to call it, you can call it a germ, you can call it a flu, you can call it a virus, you can call it many different names. I'm not sure anybody even knows what it is.
No, that's right, Donny. Eastbourne. Ange.
Hello.
Yes, Ange.
Hello, Nick. First time caller.
Welcome along.
Love the show. Thank you. Love it all. Love the sound effects. I've been on this crazy journey with you and everybody else ever since we lost our poor David. And it just got more and more mad. But anyway, with the virus...
Wait a minute. Are you talking about David Bowie?
Yes. When we all just we kept just stepping into more and more craziness over the last 3.5 years.
I think you're right. The only person, the only entity that was holding the universe together was David Bowie, and it's all fallen apart since he died. Thanks a lot, David Bowie.
I know. Anyway, and with the virus, obviously going through the highs and lows of like, we're scared of it, we're fearful of it, we're not touching our posts, we're not going out, now we're going out. But I've been working through, so I work in healthcare, and then gradually thinking, well, loads of people think they had contact with this, or it was very similar to this. Yeah. Since Christmas and January, there were some really horrible bugs about.
Yep.
And feeling like it probably spread a lot right at the beginning when we didn't even know it was around. Mm-hmm. And I bet we've all got antibodies, not all, but maybe a significant number have antibodies, because I did...
Unfortunately, we don't know whether that will give you immunity or not. We still don't know that yet, do we?
My logic says that we surely have to apply what we know about viruses and what we know about flus and, all the different strains, and that you get a certain immunity for...
It would be a very strange virus if you didn't get any immunity after having had it. Yeah. But viruses do act in very different ways. I mean, some viruses take the very young. This virus seems to be taking the very old. So it's not necessarily the case that they all have similar characteristics.
This is true, but I still felt that maybe we're not in such danger of it, and we've got these antibodies. Anyway, with my job, we're now all being offered these antibody tests.
Oh yeah.
And so in great anticipation and taking, what do you think? None of us have got any detected.
Really?
And that's a lot of people I know.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what's the test like?
East Sussex. Oh, it's a blood test.
Okay.
It's simple. It's just a blood test, and did it on Monday and got a letter 3 days later.
And
saying non-detected.
And
now that's completely changed my mind again. I'm like, okay, so has it not even really... We haven't really seen it yet. Are we just going to really see it in the winter?
Now, what is the failure rate? What's the false negative rate for this test?
I don't know. I really don't know. I don't know. I think it is supposed to be fairly accurate, but to be honest, that's not something I've looked up to say, well...
Because this is an important one, I think
the false negative is high with the swab because of the manner of taking the test.
Yeah.
That is. But with a blood test, and if it's a specific COVID antibody detector test, I can't think that it's as big, but maybe somebody knows.
Now, if it's an antibody test, would it detect it if you got it now? No.
It would I believe it will detect it, say, for a few months after you've had it.
But don't you have to have it for? But don't you have to have it for a while before it can detect it?
No, I don't think so. I know a couple who came over from New York.
Yeah.
And obviously they got it sort of around when we did, or a bit later, or, and they had the antibody test, and he had a full amount of antibodies, which they said that was as if, he has had it in some way.
Yeah.
And she had a lower amount, and they said that will continue to build, but you've had enough exposure to it, even though, but men are having higher antibody levels than women. I've been seeing that on the news, and they're starting to use, aren't they, maybe even to do transfusion with plasmas and, whatever it is that the antibodies are in. I've seen I've seen it. The men have got higher ones than the women.
Oh, yeah.
On average.
That's the most sexist thing I've ever heard.
Science.
Oh, it's science. Oh, well, you should have said.
It's the experts.
Right.
What's the
Oh,
experts?
okay. Experts.
No, I think that's right. I think I've read enough to think that's right. But, yeah. Anyway, my contribution is that I'm back to square one with no...
Yeah. Now, if you haven't had it... Now
maybe it hasn't been around at all,
right.
you know. Yeah. We haven't been exposed to it that much, really, yet.
Yes.
So,
wouldn't it be nice to know that you've had it and you got and you came to the other side? Well, I know, but now you don't know, and
I know.
you suspect
I'm
that
back again. Exactly.
All right. Well, be afraid. Be very afraid. Take all precautions. Don't touch your face. Your beautiful face, Ange. Thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. I can't stop touching my face, but then if you had a face like mine, you wouldn't be able to stop touching it either. People come to me in right in the street, asking me if they can touch my face. Can you believe that?
No.
This text says, Trump wants America to be the best at everything. What? He says that they do more testing than any country. That's why they have the most coronavirus cases. I think Trump is definitely going for 250,000 deaths in America by the end of the year, a world record. Well, again, the reason that Trump is trying to downplay the virus to make people just not pay any attention to it at all is because the only thing that he's got going for him is the economy, which, of course, he has. He is not responsible for. He just took over a rising economy from Obama. You remember Obama, don't you? Back from when the world made sense. He just keeps going on and on and on about the stock market as though that has any relevance to the ordinary life of an ordinary American. And, of course, that's in the toilet now. Well, actually, the stock market has had some gains, which really underlines that the stock market bears no relation to the economy at all. The stock market is just about how the... what the wealth of about the 10 richest families on earth is doing. That's pretty much what the stock market is. That and a lot of people freaking out and running in like herds of sheep from one thing to the next. And the government pouring in money that they just invented on a computer screen. So that people feel that they can't go and buy government bonds because the return is so small, so they're going to have to go and spend it on other more dicey things, which sends the value of the shares to a level that they don't actually deserve. It's completely unsustainable. If you've got stocks, sell.
Warning.
But don't take my advice because, what do I know? The radio show, dear. Cindy texts, whilst the poorest queue up outside food banks, they pay for the elite to wine and dine in plush surroundings. What a superb way to pay our taxes. Or spend, rather. What a superb way to spend our taxes. Oh, I can only dream of dining in plush surroundings. Islington, Adam.
Hi, good evening, Nick.
Adam.
Oh, I've just got home. I met a friend in the West End.
A friend?
And one of my good friends. He's from Canada. He's an immigrant here. So I just spoke to the producer, who's really nice, and let me just explain to you.
Yeah, well, not that nice. Let's not get carried away.
But let me tell you what happened tonight. We were really shocked. There was queues for bars, and then people just decided to up and go because they're really following it strictly with the government guidelines about how many people can go in, etc.
Really?
But what we saw tonight was
queues outside for bars.
For outside of bars, but what happened was when we queued up, people just got bored and left.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of people just eating out on the streets because they put the tables out, which is fair enough. But I'm telling you, the impact of COVID is that the entertainment night, the why you go out Friday, Saturday night, I think it's been ruined.
It's over.
It's genuinely, we were really shocked. The park was better populated than the West End areas. We just couldn't believe it.
See, here's the choice that you have. You can queue up outside a pub, and then eventually you can file in, and they'll charge you £6.50 for a pint of lager.
What?
£6.50. You can get 4 cans of lager from the supermarket for £4. So which would you rather have? 4 drinks for £4 or 1 drink for £6.50?
1 drink for £6.50.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Because I've got style and I can't. I've got to maintain that.
Well, I don't have any style at all. I'm the one sitting on a park bench with a 4-pack.
Yeah, no, that's too chavvy for me. I can't do that.
A little bit too chavvy. Right, I understand.
Yeah. Listen, I want to ask you something else.
Yeah.
What do you think of the British Empire? I'm serious. It's a serious question.
Okay, well, thanks for your serious question. I'll give you a written response in due course, as in never. Thanks a lot, Adam. Do you believe that? Asking me the simple ones, just to start with. 0345 6060 973. What do you think of the human race, you could have asked me? Frankly, I think we could be better. Cindy text, while the poorest queue up... I read that. Anonymous text says, social distancing in the local supermarket is a total joke. No staff doing anything to prevent it. It? What it? To prevent people not social distancing? Well, I don't know. I mean, it depends which supermarket you go to, I suppose. I mean, my experience of the supermarket post-lock... I mean, after that initial period of insanity when people were just going berserk and stripping the shelves of anything that wasn't health food... I think the supermarket experience has been the most pleasant ever. Maybe it's because I don't go on a Sunday morning anymore. But midweek in the afternoons, it's just, it's wonderful. There's nobody in there. Every now and again you have to queue for 5 minutes, if that. And then you go in and there's just acres of space, aisles free of people. It's marvellous. Tim says, my boss asked me if I want to work from home permanently. This isn't good news for the public transport industry, but I can wake up an hour later every day and save $4,500 a year on the train. Of course I said yes, says Tim. Absolutely. I mean, most people don't need to be in an office environment. In fact, being in an office environment is... it's distracting, isn't it? All those people chit-chatting away and you're sitting next to each other and the noise, and some people want one radio station on and some people want another one on, and there's always somebody doing something that takes your eye off what it is that you should be doing at that point. I'm sure that people work much better at home, as long as they're not in the kind of industry that requires people to, come up with ideas like the arts and the entertainment industries. I'm sure architects are the same. They'll group around with other people with interesting glasses and, come up with cool ideas for skyscrapers and so on. The creative types, I mean, they do need to bounce off each other, I'm sure. But most people who stare at a computer screen all day, other people are just a distraction. So it'd be much better if they stayed at home. But, unfortunately, our economy does depend on people doing the exact opposite. And any change to any sort of fundamental change to the economy is going to have major negative consequences on top of the obvious ones that we're already experiencing with the virus and the lockdown and the job losses and so on. If we try to reposition our economy at the same time, well, it may be a good thing, because we're unlike when things are ticking along and they're going fine, people are unwilling to make major changes. If this time last year people wouldn't really be thinking about working from home a lot, or not going on holidays, or not buying a new car or new phone, or all this stuff that we obsess about. This time last year, we would have just been ticking along, having the vague idea that, life wasn't quite what it could be. The air was polluted and we didn't have any time and we were tired all the time, and, the job was kind of annoying because the people in the office and you didn't really get along with them, or at least with some of them, and so on. But, you put up with it because that's life, we thought. That's life. It can't change. Well, it can in an instant. And it's changed more than any of us could possibly have envisaged. I mean, if I told you that this is what life was going to be like this time last year, you'd have thought I was off my chump. But here we are. And we have seen a life that's better, in amongst the carnage of a life that's much, much worse. But, there are better things. Not going to an office that you don't actually have to go into is better. Not spending money on stuff you don't need and going into debt to do it. Not doing that is better. Not obsessing about buying a new car every 2 or 3 years and a new phone every year, and you've got to have a holiday twice a year, and all this stuff that you don't actually need. This berserk spending, and spending more than we earn, which makes us prisoners of our own lifestyles. Crazy. And we've all been stopped short and shown. It's like the curtains have been lifted from our eyes, or the blinkers would be a better way of putting it. And we've been shown what we're actually doing, and it doesn't really make any sense. And so to just blindly and blithely go back to the life that we once had without trying to improve it along the way, just because it might have for some negative effects, because the sandwich shop at the foot of your tower block might close. Well, big deal. We could do with a few fewer sandwich shops. And those companies don't pay their taxes anyway. So maybe it's time for them to get thinned out a bit. Just a thought. This text says, how on earth has Trump not caught coronavirus? He wears a mask over his eyes like the Lone Ranger and sucks air in like he's a deep-sea diver. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's either he's made a deal with the devil or he is the actual devil.
Oh, shut up!
I'm moving towards the latter. Things just seem to bounce off him. Nothing sticks to the Donny. I mean, the things that he is been found guilty of, and his fans, particularly, by the way, his most religious, or supposedly his most religious fans, those who claim to be guided by their faith, those people. If you claim to be guided by your faith and yet you're still supporting Donald Trump, then, you can only have one or the other. Pick one. You're either a Donny fan, or you believe in the word of the Lord. You can't have both. Pick one. Nikki in Enfield says, wouldn't it be great if both Trump and Corona disappeared in November after the US elections? Yeah, well, I don't think either of them are going anywhere anytime soon. So, Rishi Sunak's meal deal scheme is subject to a one-bite rule, meaning customers can take home half-priced food in doggy bags, except they won't give it to the dog. Takeaways are not included in the the Eat Out to Help Out initiative. Takeaways not allowed. But if you take a bite of your food in the restaurant on the way out to the outside, that's fine. The whole world's gone insane. So diners will be able to have takeaways as long as they eat a bit of it while they're walking outside. They can start eating at the counter, finish in about 2 bites on the way out, and drop their styrofoam boxes on the pavement outside.
Disgusting.
As is the way these days. New guidance issued by HMRC states that if a customer is dining in but leaves with the remainder of their meal, then the discount will still apply. Under the scheme, the government will cover half the cost of a meal, up to £10 per head, from Mondays to Wednesdays in August. Guidelines revealed that school and workplace canteens will be eligible for the discount, as well as cafes, pubs, tourist attractions and dining facilities, hotel restaurants and members' club dining rooms. I wonder if this applies to the dining facilities at the House of Commons and the House of Lords. Somebody should look into that. To be eligible, businesses must have the facility to offer dining on the premises, guidance states. They're just chucking money around in an advanced state of desperation to try to mitigate some of the problems that were caused by us being sent indoors and being told to shut up and sit down for 4 months. Meanwhile, the Institute for Fiscal Studies warned that the initiative, this Help Out to Eat Out, Eat Out to Help Out, Eat Out to Help Out, warned that it could be exploited by restaurants who misrepresent their takings. Of course it will. I don't know if this marks me out as a criminal mastermind, but that's the first thing that I thought of when this initiative was mooted. I thought, well, restaurants are just going to make it up. Of course they will. Instead of issuing discount vouchers, which the Treasury felt increased the risk of abuse, restaurants, cafes and pubs and so on will be able to claim back the money. However, the IFS, Institute for Fiscal Studies Deputy Director Helen, said that there were serious issues around fraud as businesses could misrepresent the number of diners. Of course they will. If there's a crooked profit to be made, we will find it. It's the British way. We will nick them from the landings, and we'll nick them from the beaches where people have left their valuables unattended. And we will falsify our tax returns and make up diners that never came. And we will never surrender. In other news, HMRC's most senior civil servant has warned Rishi Sunak against this proposal, this eating out to help out, citing concerns of uncertainty surrounding the value for money. Yeah, it don't make no sense to me. In a letter to the Chancellor, Permanent Secretary Jim Harrer said, given the acute urgency of the situation, there is insufficient time to gather further evidence and wider external opinions that might enable me to reach a conclusion. By nature, this is a novel scheme, meaning there are also particular value for money risks surrounding the level of of potential losses that could arise. In other words, don't do it, Rishi. It ain't worth it. That's about as plain as a permanent secretary gets. Last Thursday, Rishi Sunak urged people to make use of the Eat Out to Help Out initiative, saying that unless activity returns to normal, those jobs are at risk of going. Well, too late, Rishi. They've gone. Because in other news, 6 in 10 adults feel uncomfortable just at the very thought of eating indoors in a restaurant. 6 in 10. That's according to a survey of the government's meal deal scheme to encourage dining out. This is the problem about being locked in. It's the coming back out again part. Everybody's been scared to death. And, I haven't done anything in the last four months. I mean, I've kind of enjoyed not doing anything, but then not doing anything is my favourite pastime. I like not doing anything more than practically anything. So I've been loving it. Of course, if it had been freezing cold and raining, then that would have been a different issue entirely. But, for the most part, it's been marvellous. Oh, I really hope it goes back to that. I mean, we had a month, what was it, the month of May, which was, it's just fantastic. Now, I know if you don't have a garden and you don't have an outside space, then it would have been miserable, it being baking hot outside and you were stuck inside. But if you have some kind of place where you could have got outside, then maybe you're like me and you were just loving it. And I didn't really miss going out to a restaurant. I certainly didn't miss going out to a pub. And there's just the thought of going to a restaurant now. It's like, apart from anything else, it's the money that it costs. Okay, giving you £10 per person per meal is nice-ish, I suppose, but it doesn't really mitigate the cost of eating out. I don't know how, but apparently it costs £100 for 2 people to have a meal. 100. What? So £10 ain't really make no difference one way or the other. How does it cost £100 for one meal? It's just mystifying to me, but it does. And I've tried going to cheap places, and I've tried skipping starters, and certainly don't have the puddings, and buy the cheapest wine on the list, and it's still £100. It's like a magic trick they do. And by the way, restaurants, they're lying to you about how much it costs to eat there. They're disseminating misinformation. Liar! And only the building trade do this kind of misinformation trick. You get a builder around, they say, suck their teeth and go, tricky. And then they'll say that'll be £500. But they're lying about that. It's not £500. It's £500 plus VAT. And the same in a restaurant. The price of a burger is not £15. It's £15 plus service charge. So it's they're giving false information about the cost of spending money in their establishment. Anyway, that's beside the point. A fifth of adults surveyed by the Office for National Statistics said they would be uncomfortable or very uncomfortable eating out. And 60% said that they would be... No, wait, I got that the wrong way around. It's a fifth of adults who said that they would be comfortable. They would do it. 60% said no. 60%! The whole eating out, pretty much everything that our economy is based on is cramming as many people as you can in as small a place as possible, which is, and all of that is doomed now. God, the stuff that's happening is just, it's mind-boggling. This is a sound of my mind being boggled. 2/3 of the over 70s are uncomfortable with the idea of eating out. 2/3 of the over 70s. They don't even want to think about it. So there's that. Plus, is it really good value for British taxpayers' money to be gifting it to international chains of junk food purveyors who avoid paying tax here because it goes against their principles? I mean, there's chains of places that should have gone out of business decades ago that are going to be clinging on to serve up the worst rubbish, and international mega-corporations of fast food tripe that turn over billions of pounds a year. Why are we helping them? I mean, there's one place on the list, for instance, that is an excellent establishment, I'm sure, but they turned over $1.4 billion last year. Do they really need our help? You know, when a government starts spraying money around a place in what looks like a blind panic, there's a massive amount of cash that's going to fall on stony ground because they're not thinking about it. They're just, it's like a garden hose full of cash. And it's not going to help us in the long run if that cash falls on stony ground. No shoots will grow from much of it. We're going to be giving money to businesses that are subsequently going to fold because they're not very good. I mean, it looks like it's going to prop up already ailing businesses. Chains that should have gone to the wall last year when there was a slaying of rubbish eateries. Loads of chains went bust last year for the very good reason that they weren't very good. You know, restaurants, you see this over and over. It happens again and again and again. They start small and they achieve success with one place. Many with a famous TV chef on board. And then they borrow a massive amount of money and they open loads of new branches, and the directors pay themselves millions of pounds for excellence in being them, and the quality goes down, and they trade on a name, and eventually the public figure out that they're no good, and then they shut. And we're going to be throwing money at zombie restaurants that will probably fold anyway. But, you know, I get that the government wants to stem losses in the short term, but throwing money at bad restaurants won't do that in the long term. It'll just delay the pain, of which there will be a lot. I mean, just look at the jobs that have gone already. But, you know, what's the Chancellor going to do? He's got to fix something in the short term, or at least make it appear as though he's fixing things in the short term. And the long term, well, in the long term, they won't be in office anymore. It'll be somebody else's problem. Have a call in Lewisham. Barry.
Hi there, Nick.
Barry.
The gambler, Rishi.
Yeah.
He really can splash the cash, can't he? He's just flung money everywhere.
Yep.
This week, I heard him say, in my mind, what I heard him saying was, all right, because Boss Clown messed up, and didn't have a test track and trace system and shut down the economy, what I'm going to do is I'm going to flap around. I'm going to pay people. I'm going to pay bosses to keep employing people.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give you some food vouchers. That's what he said. Glorified food vouchers for those who can afford to go to restaurants, even though all the evidence shows that where restaurants have opened, the rate of the virus increases.
Yes, correct.
That's fact. So even though that is the case, and these restaurants can only have 4 customers per day because of the social distance. Even though all of those things persist, I'm going to give you some glorified food vouchers, and I'm going to pay bosses, and I'm going to get some apprentices. I'm going to get some trainees. We're going to get trainees. I've heard all of this from bad managers so many times before. Do you know what I mean? They don't know what to do. They've created a mess. Boss Clown really did mess up. He should have had a test track and tracing system.
Well, you can't even say it.
Contact tracing.
Yeah, very difficult to order such a thing if you can't even pronounce it.
Just test, track, and trace. Just say that, Boris.
No.
You know, it's that simple.
Too much.
You know what? When we spoke last week, you mentioned Japan, and so I like to do research and look about things because that's what thinkers should do.
Of course.
Homework. Homework, a little bit of reading. So I realised that Japan have had 967 deaths in total. Yeah.
The people that call me up and say, stop banging on about Sweden, because Sweden is an enormous country, and each individual Swede can't see their next door neighbour with binoculars. They're so far apart, which is absolute rubbish. But then I refer you to Japan, which is all hugger-mugger. It's tiny. You could fit the entirety of Japan onto a postage stamp. They got 100 million people who live there. I don't know whether that's true, but
literally
on top of each other. Yes, and they've had 0 people with the virus or a number adjacent to it.
Pretty much. I mean, 967 is marginal. In fact, they've had a decrease in their excess deaths.
Actually, the news has just come up on my screen. Tokyo has 325 deaths confirmed. Population, either 9.2 million or about 30 million in the greater Tokyo area.
I heard that conversation as well. I did that bit of research. And yes, greater Tokyo is, because you're talking about effectively the city of London and Greater London.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? As an area.
Exactly.
So it's the same with Tokyo and Greater Tokyo.
Correctamundo.
So, when you look at this, you really see just how poorly these guys have managed the situation. All that was needed, in the first instance, was test people and people wear protection. You wear a mask. That was all that was required.
That makes sense to me.
Really simple.
Just carry on your life as normal, but wear a mask. You absolutely, positively must wear a mask. We should have been telling people 4 months ago, but carry on as normal. Just like we did in the last virus outbreak, and the one before that, and the one before that.
Exactly. I think I ride a bicycle normally. Well, I've moved on to a motorbike, but I usually ride a bicycle, and so I've been wearing a mask for ages. So it's just been normal. And people still look at me like I'm weird.
Yeah.
They still look at me like I've got the problem. I don't understand.
So you used to wear a mask because of the pollution, right?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying?
So I'll wear a face scarf. I've always worn a face scarf.
Yeah.
Plus I can hear my earphones better when I've got a face scarf on. So, that's always been normal.
Can I... No, wait a minute.
Yes, I have one in the
Now, wait a minute. You go along on a bicycle on London's busy roads with music going on in your headphones?
Sometimes it's like that. It's purposely in one ear. I put it in the left ear because it blocks out the sound of the pavement, so I can hear the road. Mm-hmm. I'm always aware of the road.
Yeah.
But the pavement sort of blocks out to a degree. So I've got a bit of focus. That's why I do it.
Okay.
All right, so
are you also listening to Focus?
Rock and roll!
Or is it another
very
band?
Often. many bands. Usually dubstep, if I'm honest.
Yeah. Oh, okay then.
That gets me going. Yeah, that gets me going. But just look at the situation. Japan. That's all it goes. Just equate Japan to England.
Yeah. Here's what Japan did. They wore masks because they've been busy wearing masks since I think since like 1914 or something like that. So they had some outbreak decades ago, and they've been wearing masks ever since. Apart from the keeping your cold to yourself, being polite about that kind of thing, which we should absolutely do in this country as well. But the pollution they were protecting themselves from, and so they're used to wearing masks, so they didn't really need much persuasion. And they've had almost no incidences of COVID whatsoever, and yet they had it earlier than us, I think. I mean, they are right next to China, where it supposedly emanates from, although we didn't get much of our disease from China. It came directly from Europe. But China's where it's supposed to have come from. So you'd think that Japan would have it up to its eyeballs. But no.
Nick, do you reckon that the economy is going to get back to normal? Do you reckon it's going to recover?
Well, it depends on what timeline you're talking about. In our lifetimes? No.
Well, that's the thing. There's a limit, isn't there? Because if it doesn't recover within a certain period of time, you forget it.
I don't see how it can. I mean, we just spent the last 10 years in austerity, reducing the amount that the state spends on making people's lives better. So we are all worse off after 10 years, during which time the amount that the government borrowed went up, not down.
1.7 trillion. Yeah.
So how are we going to pay our way out of this? It's I can't imagine it. How? How are we going to do it?
I have no idea. I don't. You're asking me like I'm not Richie. I haven't got the massive checkbook.
Yeah.
He has.
I'm not actually asking you. I'm just sort of shouting into the wilderness.
That's what we do now. Yeah, but it's good to have a credit card, isn't it? You can spend what you want, and that's what Rishi's doing.
It's free money. A credit card is free money. Yeah.
Money everywhere to everyone.
Okay, thanks a lot, Barry. Cheers, mate. 0345 6060 973. That's a fact. If you've got a credit card, then the world is your oyster. It's all completely free. But read the terms and conditions. Apple Grape tweets, that hairpiece is the only thing that sticks to Donny.
Oh, shut up!
Naomi says, not that's Naomi, surely. Hi, Nick. My husband and I had an antibody test. My results showed I had no antibodies or exposure to COVID, but my husband had antibodies. Right. Well, okay. We need more information from you, Naomi. Do you live in the same postcode as your husband? Have you had husband and wife relations by any chance? So she had no antibodies and he had antibodies. Well, it might be the reliability of the test, because certain tests have a high reliability if it's a positive result. If you come back positive, then it's highly likely that is correct. But they have a very high false negative. So if you come back negative, it might not necessarily be true. I think one of the tests, I can't remember which one, has something like a 40% false negative, which makes it pretty much useless, doesn't it? Harj text, can I just ask, why are we still doing Brexit? Well, there's a lot of people have bet a lot of money on tanking the economy, and it all appears to be going very well. Better than they could possibly have imagined. Plus, as I mentioned before, the whole virus thing gives a great smokescreen, a great cover for the negative effects of Brexit, which the dear leader will be able to say, well, all these job losses and the inflation and the higher price of the things in the shops and absolutely anything that you could possibly imagine as a consequence of Brexit is all the fault of the virus. Nothing to do with me, Governor. This country was like this before we Brexited. And Raf from Finsbury says, since coronavirus, the air is cleaner. There's no traffic and no drunks on buses either.
Booze.
Life is better, says Raf. Well, there's no people on buses. I haven't actually been on public transport for 4 months. And I can't say that I miss it a lot. Although I'm thinking of venturing onto it this week. To go over to have a socially distanced last meal over at a friend of mine's. And, if you drive there, you can't enjoy yourself.
Booze.
Thanks, Carol. Exactly. Can't do booze if you drive. So I'm thinking about going on the train. But I'm not looking forward to it. But I suspect that there won't be anybody on the train. So there's another thing that is better, Raf. Undoubtedly. And there's nobody on buses. They pass me all the time. All day long, buses go past my house, and there's nobody on... Well, there's a driver, hopefully, but apart from him, or her, no one's on them, which does make buses better. Most things are better with an absence of people.
Correct.
I think you'll find that is correct. Joan says, they can find this money for Eat Out to help out, but it took a footballer to get free meals for poor kids over the summer. Yeah, that's embarrassing, isn't it? There's no two ways about it. That is flat out embarrassing. It does go to show where their priorities lie. Pouring money all over giant chains, international corporations, will be in receipt of our largesse. Our enormously large S. But people who actually need it, people who don't turn over £1 billion a year and then employ accountants in shiny buildings in order that they don't have to pay their taxes, those people, actual poor children who are, who are going to bed hungry, they need a footballer to intervene on their behalf. God. It's just the stuff that's going on. James in Swindon says, Nick, I've been back at the gym for the past week. What? My gym owner started building an outdoor gym last year as if he knew this pandemic was coming. And with social distancing, I only have to share it with 4 other people at a time. A bit different to them horrible pubs, says James. Yeah, well, they're going to be opening gyms on the 24th, 25th of this month. And then there'll be no excuse.
Oh, no.
Yeah. God, I'll barely be able to lift a matchbox. I'll barely be able to lift a pint to my lips. I'm so weak and flabby. No, Nick, you're not weak and flabby. Why do you keep beating yourself up like that? This dude is in Chertsey. Hello, Tony.
Oh, hi there, Nick.
Tony.
Oh, sorry. I should have said hi here. Because I know you don't like that.
That's
hi
right.
there.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, hi from there. Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Well, hi from here. I sent you some homework last week. Did you do it?
What homework?
I was encouraging you to, perhaps that's probably too strong a word, to look at a map and decide what way you wanted to walk to work. Because it's only 3 miles.
3 miles? It's way longer than that.
No, it isn't. I looked at the map. Maps don't lie.
Well, you don't know where I live.
Yeah, I do.
You don't.
Archway.
I do not live in Archway.
Well, near it.
I don't.
Oh, you've moved.
Yeah, I moved about, 15 years ago now. Yeah, I used to live in Archway. Yeah, you're quite right. But I don't collect my mail from there anymore. No, I used to live in, Junction Road. Junction Road I used to live in. A big church on Junction Road. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a look at it yesterday. It's gorgeous. Why on earth did you want to leave there, Mick?
True story, I got fired from the job that I was at, and I couldn't afford to pay the mortgage anymore.
Ah, yeah, significant. Yeah, well, I think money is going to disappear soon anyway with artificial intelligence and robots. You know, robots don't need paying, so why do we need money?
I think this is one of the things that people haven't really got their head around yet, that added to the job losses from businesses that are just going to fold, or rather that aren't going to reopen after having been shut down, then there's an enormous amount, millions and millions of people are going to lose their jobs because of automation, which is going to be fast forwarded. It may have taken 10 or 20 years for it to really come to, the sort of automation to come to fruition, but it's going to be fast forwarded now, just like the end of cash. I mean, cash is now over, isn't it? Nobody does cash anymore.
No.
And
although, Nick,
go on.
Nick, I wanted to use some cash in a particular shop in Chertsey here that only deals in cash.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been trying to get some cash out of bank machines for about a week now, but it keeps saying you've overstepped your number of PIN tries, and it won't give me anything. The debit card still works okay as a cash, swipe card.
Yeah.
So there's no problem like that. But I can't get any cash out of a bank machine.
Now, is that something you recognise? Did you put in the wrong PIN many times?
No.
Right.
I haven't.
So it's just made an executive decision. It's not giving you cash anymore.
Apparently so. So what I've done, because I couldn't get through, and this is the big B, I couldn't get through to them on the phone. You get all sorts of possibilities, but none of them cover it. Yeah. And then when you get to the end and it says wait and an advisor will be with you.
Yes.
Well, they didn't. They just didn't. So
well, maybe your call is not important to them.
That's right. Yeah. So I picked a big cheese off the statements that I've got from them and wrote them a letter.
Did you?
And hopefully that'll sort it out.
Yeah, it'll never get there. So you wrote a letter to the boss of a bank?
Yeah. Well, not the boss. It's customer advice.
Oh,
and
right.
It's got a name.
Yeah.
So and it's in the city.
Mm-hmm.
One of those huge shiny buildings.
Yes.
So with loads of people inside doing nothing.
Yeah. They're not in there anymore. Anyway. They're all working from home. Your letter will go through their letter box and fall disconsolately onto the mat inside to be added to by hundreds of letters will also be like a mountain of unanswered mail.
Yeah, well, I'll think of a way of getting this item that I want. Right. And do you know what it is, Nick? Well, you'll know what it is. But can I give you a clue?
Go on.
Clockwork Meccano.
Clockwork Meccano. Wow.
Yeah. Do you remember Meccano?
Well, I do, yeah.
Yeah.
Very boring, Meccano.
No,
very boring, yeah.
Oh, crikey. You've never built anything out of Meccano, or if you did,
nothing that
you didn't like it.
Nothing that was, identifiable as an object. Like a pile of... like a pile of metal, which looked like a building, like the structure of a building that had fallen down. Other than that, not much.
Well, you don't want to build buildings out of Meccano. That's not what it's designed for at all.
Well, what's it for?
Mechanism is designed to stimulate your brain to make wheels and cogs and various other things do work. For instance, Nick.
So what's it going to do?
Have you ever wondered how a differential gear works?
Absolutely not.
Well, you should do.
Oh,
otherwise,
please.
your wheels are on the inside of the curve that you're going round.
Yeah.
Will scrub the rubber off them within about 10 miles.
Right. Whether I know how it works or not bears no relation to my car's ability to go along. I press the pedal and I turn the wheel. That's it.
Yeah. But I'm fascinated by how things work, and that includes economies and world economies.
Yeah.
And I think I've seen the way, and I also think I've seen the way to make it better.
Okay. Go on.
No, that all comes out in the book.
For another time.
It will be,
right.
No, distributed on the internet for free.
Really? Well, that's not a way to make money.
I don't want to make money. I think we can dispense with it completely and utterly. It does no good, it seems to me. Causes far many more problems than it solves. So, why do we need it? I don't think we do. So let's get rid of it.
Oh, yeah, but the problem with that is that nobody is self-sufficient. I mean, if we were, if we all had our own plot of land and there was only, maybe 1 million of us instead of 60 million, and we could all we could all grow our own food, and we all kept a cow and a chicken, then that would be fine. We might not need to trade with other people, but we do. And what are you going to trade with if you ain't got money? They're just trading vouchers.
Pleasure. That's all we trade.
Trade pleasure? Well, what pleasure can you offer somebody?
Disgusting.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
have an agreement.
Don't tell me.
Agreement. No, right.
So what's
Nick,
it? What's it? A Clockwork Meccano? What is it?
It's a clockwork motor for Meccano. Because I'm still passionate about Meccano, although my sailing site means it's a little more difficult to get the nuts and bolts together and all that.
Yeah.
But I have assembled a huge amount of Meccano, and it's all in the loft at the moment. So I'm just getting a few more pieces. And I've also thought about a way of repairing nearly all sight problems easily using electronics. So that might work, and if it works on me, then it could work on others. Your sight's all okay at the moment, is it?
Well, it is okay with glasses.
Ah, right, yeah. What are you, short-sighted, long-sighted, or what?
Short-sighted. I've had laser. I was one of the first people in this country to have laser surgery for short-sightedness, so I can see distances, but up close. That's the problem.
Yeah.
No, wait, it's the other way around.
Right.
I couldn't see distances, but I could see up close. Right. But now, of course, because of my advanced years, I can't see up close now either. So I need reading glasses, but then everybody goes through that. So you stick electricity in your eyeballs, and it cures your sight.
No, not quite. You attach cameras to glasses, and you project what the camera sees with suitable adjustment for your sight defect into your eyes. So it's like wearing those virtual reality glasses, but a bit different.
I think that those are going to make a comeback. Virtual reality glasses, the Google glasses and the Apple glasses.
Right.
People didn't want them first time around, but I think
Here's a result from search.
What was that?
I just said Google and my phone burst into life. Shut up, stupid phone.
So why have you turned it off? Shouldn't every radio presenter turn their phone off?
I did. I turned it off and I muted the sound, but it ignored me. Because, what Google wants, Google gets. Yeah. Here's Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Oh, hello, Nick. How are you?
Sophie, I'm great, mate.
Good. I'm not being rude at all.
But
now I've found something that will lull me into a lovely sense of sleep. Hearing that man talk about Meccano, it had quite a euphoric effect on me, and I almost fell asleep waiting to talk to you.
Yeah, somnambulistic, yeah.
Yeah, is that what it's called?
Meccano, yeah.
But I have a dilemma now, like probably 90% of the country. I have to lose the weight I've put on during the pandemic to then go to the gym to lose more weight.
Yeah, you have to lose some weight before you go to the gym, because otherwise people will take one look at you and think, uh-oh.
No, it's not that bad, Nick. But I absolutely gone.
I know that they stretch, but you won't be able to squeeze yourself into your spandex leotard.
Absolutely. I like to think it's because the gym clothes have shrunk in the machine.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
That's probably...
If you don't wear them, then they do actually shrink. That's true.
Do they?
No. No, they don't.
I almost believe you. You gave me some hope then.
No, I'm afraid not, no.
Oh dear. That defence is gone then. But I absolutely don't understand why they didn't open gyms. I mean, I'm really militant about following the quarantine. I just don't want to go out, and I think the world will become like a zombie apocalypse. Because no one will want to go out.
That's because Whoa, what was that? There's something very... maybe the Chinese are actually intercepting this phone call. You're not using 5G by any chance, are you?
No,
Something
I'm not.
dreadful just happened. That's the problem. I keep saying this over and over again. That's the problem with being locked down, is the coming back out again part.
I don't want to go anywhere, and I don't. I teach from home.
Yeah.
I haven't been to school since March. I hate going on the transport.
Yeah.
I try and drag my shopping home, even if it's heavy. But when I'm desperate, I do use one bus. But I haven't been anywhere. I haven't spoken to anyone.
I haven't used public transport in 4 months. I've barely been out the house, like maybe once a week to go to the shops and go home and see my mum. But that's about it.
zombie apocalypse.
Yes. That's the film we're living in. Yeah, frightening. It really is. Yeah.
Very.
So going to the gym part. See, here's the thing about being locked in. I don't know about you, but I've been wearing elasticated waisted trousers for 4 months now. So I've got no idea if I put on weight until you put on trousers that don't have an elasticated waist. You know, like actual jeans. But because I don't go anywhere, I haven't had the need to put them on. So, oh my, I'm going to have to throw out every single item of clothing I've got.
You're going to make me cry, because the one time I did go to the shop and I wore normal civilian clothes,
yeah,
my jeans felt really tight.
Mm-hmm.
And I was trying to justify it by saying, well, I've got a big buckle.
Yeah.
Of course, it will feel
Sure.
different. I've been living in gym clothes,
Yeah.
ironically, paradoxically, living in gym clothes
That's
with
right.
no gym to go to.
That's
I've
right.
had sweatshirts.
I hadn't thought about that. I've been living my life in exercise clothes without doing any exercise.
Yeah, the brakes were put on the 23rd of March, and we're all still waiting to get back to normal. But that's the paradoxical thing about it.
I can't imagine how gyms are going to work. I mean, they're full of people who are panting their faces off, which is the very thing that is going to cause the virus to spread. How are gyms going to still open safely? I mean, there is no such thing as a safe gym, is there?
Well, apparently, I heard on the grapevine that my gym is not going to have any classes.
Right.
It will just be permission to use the machine. So, which doesn't make sense, because it's the machines you touch. When you're in a class, they can section you off with the hazard tape, make a little square for you, like those poor children in the pictures in the Daily Mail playing in squares.
Yeah.
I will just jump up and down in the square and doing the combat class. So I really don't know, but I'm going to go in, when I do go in at the end of July, with my head hanging in shame.
Yeah.
Because of my quarantine.
Because are you going to be able to wear a mask in the gym? I mean, I can't imagine that you'd be able to work out while wearing a mask. I wore a mask for the first time this week when I was getting my hair cut. And that was bad enough when I was only in the chair for half an hour. So, I mean, I can't imagine working out with a mask on. But it wouldn't be proper to do it any other way, would it?
Exactly. And also, you've touched on another sensitive nerve. I was hoping to muster up enough courage to go to my hairdresser tomorrow. But they rang me and said the whole water supply has stopped working, and I can't cut my hair until the end of July.
Oh, my God. Well, go somewhere else.
Well, I've been going to this hairdresser.
Yeah, no, see, now that's a big mistake. Hugh, this is a mistake that I made in my life. I went to the same place for about 20 years, and it means that you can't ever go anywhere else. And I was brought up short. What's the phrase? Brought up short. And I thought, hang on a minute, I'm going to spend my entire life getting my hair cut by one person. I can't do that. So, you know, some people, when they reach middle age, they go and buy themselves a sports car or go and take up hang gliding or something like that. I changed my barber. That's about as wild and crazy as I got.
That's the worst thing you could do. And also, my hairdresser's 61, so at some point he'll retire.
Yeah, you're going to have to make a decision, yeah.
He's under strict instructions not to. But the other thing is, interestingly, my hairdresser, the salon, they're going to charge me £3.60 to buy the mask and the gown.
Well, that's fair enough. And on top of that, tip them 20%, not 10%. Promise me you'll do that.
I never tip him. I'm always so embarrassed.
Oh, my God.
Really? Is that a faux pas?
You never tip the person that cuts your hair? Are you kidding?
That's for the haircut, Nick.
You never tip the person that cuts your hair?
You're going to make me feel really bad now.
You should feel really bad. How do you not tip the person that cuts your hair?
And he's been cutting it so nicely, and the fringe is just so. I know. Okay, I'll give him backdated tips from when I first started.
You should do. I mean, he may be storing up the resentment. He's going to stab you in the ear one day. All right, wish you the best of luck. Thanks a lot, Sophie. You got to tip the people. I mean, particularly businesses that have been closed down over the past while. People, when you go back, over-tip your server. The person that is doing for you, bringing your meal to your table or, whatever it is. If the business has been closed down and they haven't been earning any money and they look like they're in danger of going out of business, if you've got the money to go out and use their facilities, over-tip them. Come on. I mean, what else are you going to do with the money? You're going to go and spend it on a frothy coffee from some international chain that avoids paying its taxes. Just don't have the coffee. And give the money to the person that cuts your hair. Let them buy a coffee. Let's work together for the benefit of all mankind. Here is Basingstoke. Hello, Jeffrey.
Good evening. You all right, Nick?
Jeffrey, good, thanks.
Hello. Yeah, no, look, well, two things. One, I totally agree with you about giving a good tip to your local suppliers.
Yes.
And also about elasticated trousers. What I was actually phoned up about was the slightly forgotten aspect of the hospitality industry, which the event industry.
Oh.
All the events that have been cancelled this year. I personally am a foreman for a marquee company.
Right.
And that's been my livelihood for well over 20 years.
Yes.
Nearly 30 years. And it's an aspect. We are actually, in a lot of ways, being looked after by the government. We are very much on the furlough scheme and what have you.
Yeah.
Which is good. But it's just slightly, all these events people go to during the summer. It's a huge industry. About 500,000 people at least are involved in putting up temporary structures for events. And it's just...
Well, just the people that manufacture tents of all types, because of all of the festivals that haven't happened this year.
Yes,
there must be millions of tents stuck in warehouses waiting for hippies to buy them and use them for a weekend and then throw them away.
Hippies or lords who like Goodwood, or all of Goodwood, all the horse racing events,
Wimbledon, all of that.
Farnborough was supposed to happen this year, which is a biannual event. And the company that does Farnborough, not mine, but they spend half the year putting up temporary structures for
It's
this event.
amazing when you think about it, how much our economy depends on squashing people together.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate side of our business, is it involves putting people in confined spaces rather than spreading them out, which is totally...
Almost all of our economy, bar buying stuff on the internet from Amazon, is dependent on people squashing together.
Very much so. Yeah. No, I just thought I love your show, and I thought I'd just...
that's very nice of you, Jeffrey. And I wish you all the best. Happy camping. Thanks, mate. 03... I don't know why I'm giving the number out, so I'm off. Some text and emails just to end. Alec texts, I'm still really enjoying No Planes in the Sky 24/7. Do you think that humanity has learnt anything? Probably not. Yeah, I'm thinking not. Angela in Lewisham says, Dear Nick, spare us. I don't know what that means. I've got no idea what that means. Else texts, Nick, you're wrong. What? There are 6 million people without bank accounts that only use cash. There are 9 million people a year who only use cash in boot sales. And why would you spend billions on plastic money if you're going to scrap it? Oh, they're going to scrap it. Doesn't matter how much they've spent on making new plastic money. They are intent on scrapping cash. Believe me, El. And Holly in Slough says, I've just searched you on Google Images. You have the best hair out of all the other LBC presenters. And that's a fact, says Holly. Well, if it's a fact, then I can't disagree. As long as it's a fact. Boris Johnson will next week tell you to go back to work. Stop shirking in the back there. Boris Johnson's going to tell office workers to start returning to their desks to help save the British economy, or what's left of it. So the plan is to learn absolutely no lessons at all and get back to the terrible and destructive way of living that we once had.
Fabulous.
The Prime Minister is going to use an update on the virus strategy to press employers to start ordering their staff back to the workplace if it is safe. That in brackets, right at the end there. If it's safe. Almost whispered, if it's safe. Well, the evidence from everywhere that has eased a lockdown is that it is not safe. Maybe he has another definition of the word safe in mind. How can it be safe if the virus is still out there and there's not a cure or a treatment? I mean, I know they're desperate and just flailing around like a drunken octopus trying to find a way out of this, but let's not kid ourselves. If it was too unsafe to go out last month, it's too unsafe now. He and the Chancellor Rishi Sunak are said to be aghast at the impact that empty offices are having on town centres and shops and restaurants and so on. And they're worried that widespread homeworking is wrecking Britain's productivity. No, it isn't. There is no evidence to suggest that that's true. Homeworking is not wrecking people's productivity. If anything, the evidence suggests that people work harder at home than they do at the office. I mean, it just makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, they've got at least 2 extra hours a day to work when they would have been on a train or on the bus or driving. So it's down to propping up the infrastructure that surrounds office blocks is what this is all about, much of which we don't really need, and is run for the benefit of international corporations that don't pay their taxes. And therefore, the money that you spend there is just draining out of the country our precious reserves. The coffee shops are mostly foreign-owned by hedge funds or huge tax-averse companies, and the product they make is mostly rubbish. I think you'll find that that is correct. Sandwiches you can make better for 1/10 of the price at home. Plus, you'll know who's been touching them. I mean, did you ever pick up a sandwich and wonder who's been loving, touching and squeezing it? Get Journey on the phone and they'll sing it for us.
Rock and roll!
One of my favourite songs, Loving, Touching, Squeezing. Everybody should go and download that straight away, if not sooner. Listen to it later. It's the only song I know that ends with na 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 na, and it took me a while to figure out that that's what they were singing. It's about a man whose woman don't love him no more. It's unique in the history of pop songs. It's a song about love. Can you believe that?
No.
And so he's very upset that his woman went off with somebody else. But then he says, aha, but you know what? The bloke that you went off with is also himself going to be seeing somebody else. So no. And then they go on in that vein for about 3 minutes at the end of the song. It's fantastic. One of my favourite songs of all time. Loving, touching, squeezing.
Disgusting.
Anyway, back to coffee shops. Yeah, they're rubbish. And there's too many of them. The idea of rushing back through a wave of disease just to prop those things up is insane. And it's ridiculously expensive apart from anything else. You could make a better sandwich at home. Yes, you could. You just got to learn how to do it, that's all. I mean, it's not even cooking, it's just assembling. And the coffee you make at home could be much better. I mean, the coffee you get in these places, it's just a bucket of lightly flavoured cow fat. It's rubbish. And it seems that the more popular the coffee shop, the worse the product. What's that about? I suppose people like the most bland of any offering. I mean, look at the charts. What's number one? What's the tip top of the hit parade? I bet my glamorous... I've got no idea. He's on the phone. He's busy. Anyway, whatever is top of the hit parade, I bet it's the most bland offering of its type. What's that ginger bloke's name? You know, the guy with the guitar. Should have stayed as a... he looks like a tramp. What's the bloke's name? Ed Sheeran is the right answer.
Affirmative.
Ed Sheeran. Ugh. I rest my face. Yeah, the worse the coffee shop, the more successful it is. Isn't that bizarre? The worse the restaurant in general, the more successful it is. So those are the people, those mega international chains that we could well do without. Those are the businesses that we're going to have to rush through a wave of disease to prop up. No thanks. And the idea that money spent around office blocks wouldn't be spent elsewhere is just wrong. I mean, think of the money that you spend on your daily coffee habit. I mean, if you go to an office and you have lunch, I'll underestimate how much you're spending. £3 for a sandwich. Now, there's not many places that you could get a sandwich for £3, but they probably have one offering. Be like egg or something like that. Something really, really cheap. Egg and cress. Boring. Yeah, really, really dull. You could only have that once a week, and then you'd go for the more exotic choices, like cheddar and pickle and stuff like that, and then you're into £4. But let's say £3. £3 for a sandwich, £2.50 for a coffee. I mean, that doesn't seem like an unreasonable amount of money to spend on your lunch, does it? For an office person. You know how much that adds up to a year? Almost £1,500. £1,500 on rubbish lunch that's had somebody else's fingers in it. You'd be way better off making your lunch at home and bringing it in a nice Tupperware box. If it's good enough for Her Majesty the Queen, a Tupperware box is good enough for you. So the idea that money that is spent around office blocks propping up international corporations that don't pay their bloomin' taxes is ridiculous. Of course we'll spend it elsewhere. We'll spend it on international online giants that also don't pay their taxes. No! Exactly. But we could start making better choices. Wouldn't that be great if the human race started making better choices? But I suppose that ship's sailed. But you know, if people work at home, they're more likely to go to local restaurants, not chains that proliferate town centres. And those locally owned places have to pay their tax because they aren't large enough not to. They're not big enough to claim that they're located in the Bahamas for tax reasons. And their owners will not live in Monaco. So the money that office workers spend in city centres would actually be better off for all of us if they spent it nearer where they lived. Doesn't that make sense? Except that it's a change. And change creates a small amount of chaos. Well, the amount of chaos that we got going on here at the moment is we could just add a little bit more. Nobody would notice the difference. I mean, there is Brexit coming up. Everybody's forgotten about that. That was going to tank the economy. Just a little bit extra to, along the road to an actual proper recovery instead of just going back to the life out of balance that we once had. It makes sense to me, and apparently nobody else. Just me. I mean, the air is cleaner now, isn't it? It's cleaner now than I can ever remember, and getting dirtier again fast. And rather than hold on to the gains that we've made in such a short time, we're being encouraged to charge back to the dirty, wasteful way of living that we had before. I mean, I've heard of not learning the lessons of history, but we aren't learning the lessons of now. You know, a few weeks ago, before we started to emerge from our holes, pollution levels had halved. Isn't that incredible? Halved. And for so many years, I've been sitting here telling people how many of us are dying each year because of the pollution that's in the air, because of the cars on the roads and the buses and, all the rest of it. And nobody was paying the blindest bit of attention because it didn't kill you straight away. It killed you over the long period. And the human race is not very good at dealing with problems that will kill you over a long period of time. In fact, we're terrible at it. We'll muster all of our resources to protect ourselves from something that's killing us right now. But if it's next week or next month or next year particularly, if it's a long way in the distance, we don't care. We're busy. Don't bother us. So we're commuting less, and that's the reason that the pollution went down. And bees were bees were proliferating. I think I've got whatever Boris had.
Contact testing. Tracing, forgive me, contact tracing.
Bees were proliferating. All sorts of insects were smashing into my windscreen as I drove along in my car for the first time that I can remember since the 1970s. You remember the 1970s, do you?
Groovy.
Exactly. He can't think that us going back to the office is going to save shops. Can he? They're gone. Shops are over. They were going anyway. We've been seduced to buy everything online to save 10 pence. The high street's been on life support for years now. And this virus has put the final nail in its coffin. It's not coming back, the high street. We've chosen not to shop there. We want to graze the internet and order presents for ourselves, half of which we'll send back. But every day's our birthday. Boris Johnson said, now we're asking primary school children to come back. Now we're opening shops and pubs are coming back. Well, I'm not so sure. He says, I know that there are logistical difficulties. Logistical difficulties, he said, which was difficult for him to say. He said, we have got to get back to our desks if we can. I do hope, in the words of Vera Lynn, we will meet again and get everybody back together. Well, I'm no expert, but I don't think that's what Vera Lynn sang. It was something like, we'll meet again, don't know where, don't know when, but we'll all be wearing masks that sunny day.
Rock and roll!
Something like that. Says, I agree with everything you are saying, but if someone takes my fags away, I will have to kill them, says Keith. No one's taking your fags away, Keith. Listeners in America, that's not what you think he meant. I'll send you a British dictionary in the post. It says, no way would I pay all that for a flaccid egg and cress piece. I'm Scottish through... I'm Scottish though, so I'm grepe with money anyway. He says he can't believe, or she, sexist, can't believe that people waste so much money on lunch. It's just laziness. It is laziness, and it's being addicted to drugs, specifically coffee, and whatever it is they sprinkle in sandwiches. I think it's crack, isn't it?
Want to score some pot?
Pretty sure they sprinkle crack in sandwiches. Walthamstow, hello, Julian.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
Quick question. You know this new £10 voucher doing on Monday to Wednesday?
Yeah.
Say if you're going to spend like under £10, does that mean you're going to get free meal every day?
Well, first of all, I don't think it's a voucher. It's an amount of money that they give to restaurants directly when restaurants tell them, or rather when they lie about how many people have come in and eaten a meal there. I mean, if you were a restaurant, you'd had your doors shuttered for the past 3 months, are you going to be honest with the government and tell them precisely how many people you'd come through the door? Of course not. You're going to think of a number and double it.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I don't understand. So you can just go into a restaurant and get free meals. You can just go like 100 restaurants a day and that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So somebody wrote, I think it was in the Mail, that here's a good idea. You could have your starter in one restaurant and claim your £10, and then go to a different restaurant and have your main meal, and then claim another £10, and go to a third restaurant for your pudding.
Yeah, exactly. So you can just go to like all different restaurants, have breakfast, and then lunch, and then dinner.
Exactly.
And just do it over the 3 days. You won't have to pay nothing. And it adds up more than that £500 voucher they said they were going to do in the first place. It'd be like over £1,000 a month.
Yeah, if you eat out 3 days, 3 weeks, 3 times a day, then you'll be making money. They'll actually be paying you.
Yeah.
By this time next year, Julian, you'll be a millionaire and enormously fat. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Now, I don't think that it's a voucher. They don't give you the money. It's trickle-down economics, which does not work. Again, with the trickle-down economics, with the printing fake... Well, they don't even print the money, do they? I mean, this has got nothing to do with the voucher scheme, but, a quantitative easing. Quantitative easing.
Disgusting.
That's what it is. They just invent the money. Amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, I've tried to figure this out, and I've read it over and over again, and I still can't get my head around it. They just invent money by typing it on a computer screen, and there it is. Billions and billions of pounds. Well, I've got a computer screen. Where's my billions of pounds? And then they just spray it all over the place. And I think the idea is that when they chuck it up the economy, people who have vast amounts of money anyway, they stop buying government bonds because the more money that's sloshing about, the less return they get on government bonds. So they're impelled to go and bet on riskier things, like shares, for instance, which is why shares have gone stratospherically in the opposite direction to the economy. The economy is tanking and shares are going up. Weird. But that's what it is, trickle-down economics. They don't give you the money because that's communism. I mean, they could have spent the same amount of money and just written as a cheque. They just posted a cheque to everybody. We would have figured out a way to spend the money ourselves, on comics and sweets, for instance. But no, it's they give it to people who already have too much money with the hope that the expectation that they will trickle some down on our upturned expectant faces. And they don't. And they keep doing it over and over again. Here is Catford. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Nick. Yes, I totally agree with you about the coffee shops and the rest of it. I mean, I unfortunately had to see someone in hospital recently.
Yeah.
And they were up in the ward and were hungry. So I went down to one of these places. And I didn't know what the queuing system was. I didn't know what queue I was in for a start, but eventually I found out. So I queued up 20 minutes, and I got 2 coffees.
20 minutes for a coffee?
20 minutes. It was.
What, were they picking the beans?
And 2 sandwiches, and it came to £13. £13, right? So, money is money. I love spending it. I love having it.
Yummy.
Yeah, and it was just the coffee tasted like Mississippi mud. It was horrible.
It's just burnt brown water. Is what they sell.
It's like whiskey. They tell you whiskey is this and that. Whiskey is disgusting.
Oh, come off it. No, it isn't.
Okay, Jack Daniels.
Okay, well, let's not mention brand names, but I think the more money you spend on a bottle of whiskey, the better it gets. I mean, if you buy cheap whiskey, it's just firewater, and you can't really get your taste buds near it because your entire body is backing away from it, even as it goes down your throat. But if you have a quality tot of whiskey, in a safe manner, and only the one, mind, then you can really taste the peat and the heather. And you can taste
Drink Scotch whiskey all night long and die behind the wheel, Nick. That's what
yes.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, that's right. Cuervo Gold and Fine Colombian.
Want to score some pot?
That's what I heard.
But it's just that there's surely... I don't want people to lose their jobs. Obviously, I don't. But you could be employed in far more...
Yeah.
Ways that enhance your life more.
Yeah. Here's an indication of the pointlessness of the existence of somebody who makes coffee for a living. They had to invent a name for it. Barista. I mean, come on. You pour water through beans. You're not a doctor. Barista. Do me a favour. Okay, so you can make the foam look like a tree on the top. Big deal. I'm going to ruin it the moment I stick my face in it.
But it's overtaken the culture everywhere now. I was in a park today at the top of the hill, in a really beautiful park, and they've opened a cafe there, and it's the same thing. It's all the same stuff. And
the Italians know about coffee. As do the French, really, but the Italians really, really know about coffee. In the morning, you get what looks like a bowl that they would serve cereal in. It's an enormous bowl of coffee you get for breakfast. If you're in France, and you get to stick a croissant in it. But in Italy, after 11 o'clock in the morning, nobody has milk in their coffee. Nobody has a large coffee. You have a thimbleful of concentrated drugs standing at the counter while you chit-chat in Italian, and you're there for 5 minutes and then you leave. This ridiculous nonsense about how big a bucket do you want and how many squirts of unctuous mess you want in it and all of the rest of it. And it's just... People have lost their minds.
They have, and I wouldn't mourn them. There's too many. There's too many nail
Way
shops,
too many.
cafes,
Correct. They need to be thinned out, and this is the ideal time to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not enough record shops. There's not enough bookshops, and bookshops.
Books. Nobody reads them anymore.
Boring.
The only use for books now is to make it look as though you're a smart person by propping them up on a shelf behind you when you're on Zoom.
Isn't that embarrassing?
Yeah.
That's become kind of for goodness sake.
It's just laughable. Every single person who's on Zoom, who's on the telly, being interviewed in their home, has to position themselves in front of a bookcase to make them look smart. It doesn't make you look smart. It makes you look like you've got an enormous amount of ugly stuff on your wall that's just collecting dust. How can anything on those shelves be something you cannot find on the internet? And even if you've read all those books before, when are you going to read them again? Never. It's just junk. Stop trying to impress us.
Yeah, I know. I used to put books out when I thought I had a chance of whatever it was. I would put various books around the house or the flat I used to have.
What do you mean by a chance? A chance of what?
Well, it's a family show, Nick.
Oh, sensual interface.
Disgusting.
Right.
So, Proust.
That's not going to turn anybody on. Proust.
No, I know, but it depends on the kind of girl that you're after.
Yeah, if you say so, Tony. How did it work out, by the way?
It didn't work out.
Yeah, see? Exactly.
I should have put Slade on. That would have been much better.
Slade. Well, it couldn't have been worse. At least it would have been a conversation piece. The best of Slade. I bet that's a pretty good album, The Best of Slade. The amount of hits they had, over and over again.
Wonderful band. I love them.
Terrible spelling, though. They really need to go back to school. Rubbish at spelling, Noddy.
They did it before Prince, though.
That is true, yeah.
It's all haircuts.
And, by the way, best Christmas song ever. And that's
it's gotta be.
There's no dispute about that. It is the best Christmas pop song ever. Which, by the way, I think was recorded in New York in the summer.
It was, yes. John Lennon walked in to talk to them about it.
Oh, the world's an orange. Yeah. Did you know that?
Haircuts, though. You've had a haircut?
Yeah, I have. It is fantastic. I can't stop running my hair through it, but my hands through my hair. But every time I do it, I think, oh, damn, I've just touched near my face again.
Well, I've had to book one online.
Yeah.
I'm not standing outside of blooming barbers queuing up for it. So the one I usually go to, the 21st of July is
what?
And I told you I look like the bass player in Lindisfarne at the moment. I'm going to look like Ginger Baker.
Yeah, as long as you don't look like the bass player in the Spiders from Mars. remember the mutton chops on that guy?
Oh my!
That was comical. Anyway, I've got to go. Where's that going? This says they invented the word barista to describe somebody who makes coffee, just as they invented the word engineer to describe somebody who builds bridges. Your argument is flawed. Yeah, well, engineer can do all manner of things, whereas a barista can just pour hot water through coffee. And they don't even do that. The machine does that. Barista. This says the government can print imaginary money when they want to. When I did the same thing, I got 10 years in Wormwood Scrubs. There's no justice in this world, says Tony. And Fred says, now I want to hear Deacon Blue. Yeah, me too, as a matter of fact. They got a name for the winners in the world. I want a name when I lose. Deacon Blue. Here is oh no, Stockton-on-Tees, Brian.
You caught me having a slip of tea there, Nick.
God, here we go.
You caught me having a slip of tea.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you got your haircut.
How'd you have your tea?
Just with milk, no sugar.
No sugar?
No, never took sugar.
Right. Don't tell me. You're sweet enough.
Correct.
Don't worry, Nick. Changes are coming.
Yeah, change is going to come. Yeah,
it's going to, and they're coming more quickly
than you could possibly imagine. Yes,
than they have done for years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, things happen so slowly, but things are going to start happening quicker.
Yeah,
and,
like what? Like what things?
The Blob.
I mean, apart from everything that's going on at the moment, the Blob.
The Blob.
When, are you talking about the original with Steve McQueen?
No, the Blob in politics.
The Blob in politics. What is that noise in the background?
Turn it down. I've got the tribe here, the kids.
Oh.
First time they've come since the lockdown.
Right, tell them to shut up.
Turn it down. Turn it down. Turn it down. Yeah, she's turned down there, mate. No, but change. When you look at all fronts, change is coming, isn't it?
It's not coming. It's come already.
The BBC are getting looked into, right? The BBC.
Someone's looking at the BBC. Well, it'd be a change.
The universities.
Somebody under the age of 70 is looking at the BBC.
The universities are getting looked at.
What do you mean, looked at?
Well, all the students have been brainwashed for years to be left, and.
No.
YouTube.
Students are left wing because they're young and they have hope for the world. They haven't given up like old people like you.
I'll tell you what's happening in universities, Nick. Yes. You'll listen.
Go on.
The ones, right? They're shutting down speech on anything that doesn't agree with their leftist views.
As do old right wingers like you.
No, but we're about young people here or the future, and what is happening is. Anybody who doesn't agree with them, they shut them down, they call them names to stop free speech. And the EU the governments before this one...
It didn't take long, did it?
See,
it's the EU's fault.
I'll tell you why it is.
Yeah,
I'll tell you why it is, shall I?
Yes.
They've been using our own money to pump into universities, give them millions, right?
How dare they?
So, yes, they've been taken over. And all governments leading up to... The ones before this, I've let them get away with it.
Brian, were you ever a young person?
Of course I was.
Right. Can you remember back that far to what you used to think, how you used to think about the world? Because you can't possibly have been the old, dyed-in-the-wool right-winger that you are now when you were a younger person. You must have had a period in your life when you thought rosy thoughts.
Of course, yes.
Right. Well, it's not a factor. Yeah, as you get older, you become more and more selfish. Precisely.
No, you don't. I haven't become selfish. What I've found is I'm a lot more educated on politics and what have you. I had no interest when I was young in it. I take notice more now.
Knowing names and policies is not having an interest in politics. That's just that's like collecting football cards.
Change is coming from all over the shop now. What has brought this change in politics is YouTube. Outlets like YouTube. Now YouTube...
The puppy dog and the pussycat videos. Those?
Nigel Farage, it gives him a platform. Because he was never going to be given a... Will you listen? Well, whinging. They'll give him a platform where he would never have had a platform in politics.
Are you kidding me?
Even now,
you're not one of these right-wing whingers who complains because there exists some platform from which a left-winger speaks, are you?
The thing is, you don't like being called a lefty. I've heard you say on here. So don't call me right.
Well, you are.
It's because it's insulting. I'm not.
But you think that being right-wing is a bad thing?
Just a second. I voted Labour all my life when I voted.
Right.
Up till the last two general elections when I voted Conservative.
Yeah.
I only vote Conservative.
How's that going, by the way, for you at the moment?
Will you listen? I only voted Conservative twice because they were the only party who said they would give us Brexit.
Yeah.
All the other parties, even most of the Conservative Party were Remainers, but Boris Johnson, Gove and all that.
I know I'm going to regret this, but what do you think that you're going to achieve from Brexit? What was it that made you switch a lifetime of allegiance to the Labour Party over to the Conservative Party, about who thinks very little of people like you?
You don't know much about the North, do you? Just about
I grew up in Edinburgh. How much north do you want?
They've lost Scotland. Labour's lost Scotland. They've already lost it. And they're on a path to lose the North and the Midlands. because people are pig sick of them. That is why
You're not answering the question, though. What is it about Brexit, and I can't believe I'm asking this twice,
what is it about Brexit?
that you think is going to improve your life any?
It's not about me. It's about the country.
Oh, my
I'm not
God.
selfish.
See, you refuse to answer the question.
No,
you can't think of a
answered it.
single thing.
I've answered it. It is not for me. It is for young people of this country.
Young
They've been
people
raised-
in this country
Yes,
did not
yes.
want it. They thought about it at length, and they thought, well, we don't want this.
Because I've told you earlier.
Old whinging geezers want
I've told
Brexit.
you-
The young people do not want it.
Earlier in this phone call, I said the reason for that. They've been brainwashed, right? And the thing
No,
is,
I think it's the other way around. I think that
I'll tell you
Brexiteers have been brainwashed by a
YouTube-
very highly sophisticated publicity campaign that has infiltrated their Facebook feeds, apart from anything else, and YouTube, and has been perpetuated by the right-wing media, which
Just a second,
which
Nick.
dominates in this country.
is Brexit going to be a lot better for the fishermen of this country?
Oh my God! People
No,
are
but is it-
still
yeah,
going
yeah,
on about the
yeah.
fishing. Fishing
You
is an
wanna-
irrelevant
you-
industry as far as the economy of this company,
saying I
this
will not
country is
answer-
concerned.
You were saying I will not answer a question. Answer the question. Will it be
Fishing.
better or not?
What difference does it make about fishing?
Answer a question.
No, it won't. It won't make the slightest bit of difference because the
Why?
reason that
Why
we
won't it?
don't fish our waters is because we sold the rights to do
Right.
so.
No, but the thing
Yes,
is,
that's
we have still
true.
got the- we have
That
still got
is
the
that
rights.
is true, Brian.
Look.
We sold the rights to
It's
fish
no good.
our own waters. You can't
Will you listen?
sell something
Listen, Nick.
and then
Listen, Nick.
still demand that you have it.
Nick, it doesn't matter if they bought them. If they haven't got the law on the side, they can't fish here. They'll have to get rid of the boat.
Brian, your knowledge of this issue is at zero.
No,
Let me
it's
quote
not.
from a newspaper which is right up your street, The Express. This is from The Express.
Well,
A
the Guardian,
huge
it went to
fuss.
Guardian, do you?
Listen to me. A huge fuss is being made over, quotes, the betrayal, unquotes, of the British fishing industry, with foreign boats allowed to continue harvesting our waters for 21
Yes,
months
the rules
after we
before
leave.
this one.
Listen to me.
What are we then?
It turns out that foreign firms already own a big slice of British fishing rights and will continue to do so permanently.
But you have to
Listen to me.
But there you do. You have
Be quiet.
No,
Brian,
you be quiet.
I'm going to fade you out. He's so it's so infuriating. I'll read it. It's not long, but it's an explanation. But people are still bang on about the blooming fishing rights, like it's got anything to do with anything. It's a minuscule business that affects fewer people than work at Harrods. I've explained this over and over again. A shop in London employs more people than are employed by the entire fishing industry. And, by the way, that shop pays more it turns over more and pays more in taxes than the entire fishing industry does. It's absolute nonsense. People going on and on and on about blooming fishing. And it's a little Englander mentality. It's this desperate yearning to rule the waves. God, it's pathetic. If we could keep all of the fish that we plucked from the seas around these coasts, we still wouldn't eat any of it because we don't like the fish that swims around these parts. It's mackerel. We hate that stuff. We sell that to Europe. Anyway, are you listening, Brian? Oh, he's gone. It's a dream come true. Honestly, it's like my birthdays and Christmas all happened at the same time. He's gone. A huge fuss is being made over the betrayal of Britain's fishing industry, betrayal in inverted commas, with foreign boats allowed to continue harvesting our waters for 21 months after we leave the EU. Now, I mean, I could sit here and explain it to you off the top of my head, but it'd be much better and much more concise if I just read you what was in the Express. And don't get more right-wing a newspaper than that in this country. I mean, they are flag wavers for Brexit. It turns out that foreign firms already own a big slice of British fishing rights and will continue to do so permanently. Why? Because British companies sold their quotas. The Europeans didn't steal them, we sold them to them. Now think of this. If you have a car or a pen and you sell it to somebody, do you still have the right to use that car or pen? No, because you took money for it and now it's theirs. British companies sold their quotas. Spanish firms own 88% of Welsh fishing rights and most of the quota from the Bristol Channel to the Scottish border. Dutch and Icelandic firms control most of our east coast fishing. European seas are split into sectors, and governments hand out quotas specifying how much each type of fish can be caught. Unlike in other countries, the Environment Department allows any or all of its quotas to be sold to foreign trawler firms, which sounds very much like Britain, doesn't it? We sell everything and then complain that we haven't got it. We sold our water, our electricity, our gas, everything you can think of we sold for a short-term profit, which, by the way, you and I didn't see. It disappeared. It's like a magic trick. England and Wales have mismanaged their fishing quota and Brexit will do nothing to put it right, says law lecturer Tom Appleby. The fishing industry has largely gone the way of so much of British business, manufacturing and utilities that have been sold off to Chinese, American and other foreign investors with the approval of successive governments. There's no use moaning about it now because the family silver has long gone in return for a quick but one-off profit. Please stop banging on about the fishing industry. You can't sell something and then complain you haven't got it anymore. This says, I so love that Brian accuses others of having been brainwashed when all he ever does is repeat disconnected talking points without ever backing one of them up with evidence. That's absolutely true. Completely correct in every respect. This says, thank you for persevering with Brian. It's the best laugh I've had for ages. And this says, hey Nickers, as Carol McGiffin would say. I want to know what you have done to Ken. I haven't heard him on your show for ages. I used to love how you argued with him. I love all your podcasts, by the way. I listen to them all. Highly recommended, says Lisa from Aldershot. Cheers, Lisa.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Yeah, by the way, Carol and I do a podcast together.
Oh, right, yeah.
That is Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
And we do a podcast called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, in which we solve people's problems. Isn't that right, Carol?
Yeah.
And we laugh like drains while we're doing it. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol. I do recommend it. If you've got half an hour and you wish to be amused, then it will. If it doesn't make you laugh, then your money back, guaranteed. And you can get it where you get good podcasts. You can get it on Global Play. If you download Global Player from our app store, it's got all of the stations that we do. Many, 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 many podcasts. If you do a search on my name in the podcast section, then the three that I do will come up. And among those is the one that I do with Carol McGiffin. We're taking your problems by email. If you want us to try and solve your problem, then email nickandcarol@global.com. That's NICKANDCAROL @global.com. And me and Carol will do our best to help. Isn't that right, Carol?
No.
Heathrow. Hello, Dave.
Hello. How are you, Nick?
Good, thanks.
I can't help but agree with what Brian was saying in
the
last call.
Yeah. What was he saying?
Well, he talked about the fishing industry, and he was trying to get a point across about the about fishing and how how that industry has died away.
Were you listening to what I said? I mean, I'm not going to repeat it, but you can listen to it on the podcast of this show. Did you hear what I said about fishing?
Yes, I heard what you said about fishing, but I just want to touch on a couple of other basic points without banging on about fishing.
Right. But how can you have heard what I said about fishing and still agree with what Brian was saying?
Well, it's a very argumentative point, you see. It's very
it isn't. It's about facts, which are very simple.
Really?
We sold the rights to... Yes, we sold the rights to fish. You can't have something if you've sold it.
Well, to be honest with you, if you've got that view, that's why this country is in a mess.
Brian, if you... Oh, God.
My name is not Brian.
Dave. Can I call you Brian? You remind me of Brian.
Do I?
Yes, because you don't listen. How can you have something?
I am listening.
How can you have something if you've sold it? Explain to me how you can have anything if you've sold it.
Sorry, I must make this very clear to you, Nick. I'm not debating that point. You
brought it up.
The point that I would like to make on this show is that the fishing industry has virtually perished.
Oh my God!
The other industry that was very prominent.
Why
in
has
this
it
country,
perished?
Can I just, if you don't mind, I would like to finish my point. The other industry that has perished in this country...
But the chimney sweeping industry has perished. Well, what's the point that you're making?
Well, the other industry that's perished in this country is the coal mining industry.
Yeah, for good reasons.
And also the steel industry. The largest steel magnet in this country.
Well, also for good reasons.
Is a guy from India.
Yes.
Is a guy from India.
Right, but what's the point you're making? These are old industries that have died.
The point I would like to make is not about whether fishing was sold as a commodity to Europe or to some other country.
Yes.
That's not what I'm debating with you. I agree with you. But the point I'm making is that these vital and once very pivotal industries in this country have deteriorated.
So?
Yeah. Now, Britain is only relying on one thing at the moment, and that's on these politicians and their decisions, their ability to make decisions about the economy. And the decisions that they're making are very, very, very disastrous. Like the handling of the coronavirus. It has been so badly handled that...
But what's that got to do with the fishing industry and the coal industry and the steel industry?
Well,
you're all over the shop, David.
I'm talking about the whole general infrastructure of this country. It has been very, very badly
You're
managed.
not. The reaction to the COVID virus has got nothing to do with the infrastructure.
Sorry?
Go on, tell me why. It seems as though we're coming to a point.
It's been badly
Go on
managed
then.
because
Yes.
after the First and Second World War, when Britain went to protect the Jews from the Nazis, they came back.
Not really protect the Jews from the Nazis, but go on. Let's not get bogged down in that.
They came back. No, it's a fact. It's written in all the history books.
It's not a fact, but go on.
No, it is a fact.
Let's not get bogged down in that piece of misinformation.
Can I just say, Nick? Sorry,
Go on.
it is a fact.
It isn't.
It is.
It isn't, but let's not get bogged down into that. Go on, make your point, please. I'm keen to find out.
My point is that Britain,
yes,
Churchill went to defend, Churchill
skip
went
over
to
that
war
bit. Yes,
with Hitler.
Yeah,
the Jews were protected from the Nazis. They were actually taken away from those camps.
Please make your point.
After the Second
this is
World
getting
War,
worse and worse with every syllable you speak.
I don't think so, Nick. I honestly don't think so. I'm sorry to
get to the point. Time is running out.
These are all facts.
You should have said that at the start. Facts. Oh well, go ahead.
Right. Now, if you will allow me to make my final point, after the Second World
that
War...
implies that you've made a point up to now.
After the Second World War...
Yes. The nasty Nazis, yes.
After the British troops came back to England,
yes,
they had to rebuild England, and a lot of housing was required in England because a lot of it was destroyed in the First and Second World War.
Yeah.
And it's only since then that housing benefit, council housing, everything has gone into power of abuse. So people who were in power
this is your
virtually misused it and abused it. And the people who had to subsidise it were all those
Wait a minute,
people
back up, stop, back up. I just want to make sure I've got, this in my mind. They abused it. What's it?
Well, I'm talking about the power that the politicians had at the time when they were restructuring Britain, and that's the physical restructuring, and that's the restructuring, that's the restructuring of the political system after the war. So after Churchill had declared his troops out of Germany, Britain had gone through one of the worst periods, one of the worst housing periods.
You're right.
One of the worst social periods.
So to sum up, your point is?
Well, my point is that it's ever since that Second World War, the First World War, that this is where things had started to go wrong, and they are still going wrong.
Right, if only,
in 2020.
Right, if only we'd.
So in the last 100 years or so, this country has been in an absolute mess. Absolute mess.
Right.
If you look at some of the previous decisions, so forget about industries, forget about everything, all these other points I've made. There are far worse.
You haven't made any points yet.
There's the war in Iraq.
Oh my God! Now we're in Iraq. I thought we were dealing with the nasty Nazis.
Well,
Dave, you need an A to Z to figure out where you're going with this. I don't think you even know yourself.
So,
you're driving blind without a sat nav. What are you talking about, man?
Well, I don't think so, Nick. I'm sorry, but
well, I know you don't think so, and that's part of the problem. Oh my God! Am I hallucinating, or was that unfathomable? Oh. This says, with the quality of callers tonight, no wonder Cummings got away with it. Yeah, I bet he and his ilk wake up laughing. I bet they just can't believe how easy it was. Piece of cake. Peter says, tonight's show is bringing out my fish allergy. Can I sell my allergy to Spain? And this says, if the UK fishing industry is so insignificant now, it never used to be, and why were they so keen to buy it from us? Why did they pay British fishermen to burn their boats? The fishermen never wanted to sell. It's the politicians who've sold us down the river, says Malcolm Lee in Weymouth. They did want to sell. It's not little fishermen with their tiny little boats going out and hanging their line over the side. They're giant trawlers. It's the same with everything. The gas industry. You remember that thing? Something about Sid. Don't tell Sid, or tell Sid, or something like that. And everybody was going to each have a share in the gas industry. Well, where did all those shares go? It's the reason that oligarchs are so rich. Split Russia up, the USSR, and then they started divvying up shares in, gas companies and oil companies and so on. I realise that me saying this out loud means that Vladimir Putin's going to kill me. It's true, and they gave people who knew nothing about it individual pieces of paper with a share written on it, and then smart guys went around and just bought them all. Here's a stick of chewing gum and a voucher for a pair of Levi's when they eventually come this way. And they, and having done absolutely nothing at all these people became billionaires. Same thing with the fish. Individual small boats, that's neither here nor there. They're huge companies with giant trawlers. That's how you get your fish on your plate. And I suspect that the reason that the Europeans were keen to buy up our fishing rights is because they're the people that eat the fish that you catch around these parts. Mackerel is what you catch around our shores. We don't like mackerel. Can't give it away in this country. Although you should eat mackerel because it's very, very good for you. I mean, I buy it like once every other week, something like that. And I have it for lunch. I hold my nose while I'm eating it. I don't enjoy it. It's like medicine. I think I probably should be eating it. So, all right then. But I'd rather have an egg, frankly. I'm exhausted. This says, thank you for explaining Fishgate so succinctly. But will we only be able to buy mackerel post-Brexit? I don't like it much, but I think it's good for us, so it may protect us against COVID-19. Well, who knows? This says, oh my God, fishing again. The same people who suddenly started caring about the fishing industry for 4 or 5 years ago seem to be the kind of people who don't care about the current plight of the entertainment industry, which rakes in about £65 billion a year. That's about 64 billion more than the fishing industry rakes in, says Graham in Rochester. Correctamundo. Yeah, all of those little Englanders belly aching about the blooming fish industry couldn't care less about theatre. Which is one of the reasons that tourists come here. You know, because theatre, it's all lefty politics and yes. That's the kind of reaction that they get. Or the arts. Yes, all lefty young people. Yes. That's the kind of reaction you get from those people. bleating on about fish, because it used to be that we ruled the waves. It's the Little England mentality. Oh my God. To hell with the fishing industry. We can do without the mackerel. We don't eat that stuff. Save our theatres would be a better use of the money. But, that doesn't get people waving their little flags. Let's have a call in Streatham. Hello, John.
Yeah, hi there, Nick. Hello.
John.
Hi. Yeah, that was... you and Brian, over the past couple of weeks, there have been a few instances where I thought you were becoming quite a good sort of double act, and the relationship
Oh, my
had
God.
soothed.
No.
But today, all of the sort of wounds of the past sort of opened up, and it was like quite classic Brian again.
Painful.
What's that?
No offence, Brian, but I'm still feeling the aftershocks.
There was one occasion a couple of weeks ago where, like, you were both sort of bantering a bit, and I thought it was sort of like Morecambe and Wise.
Oh.
Anyway,
have you been at the refreshments again?
Booze.
Yeah, no, that's what I was partly calling about, because so I developed almost like a panic disorder recently because I haven't left the house in so long.
Yeah.
And like you, I started disinfecting my shopping, but also like you, I think that this has been the biggest overreaction in history.
In history, yes.
But you still wash your shopping, so
I do.
Are we contradicting ourselves or not?
A little bit, yeah.
Yes, because I went out yesterday and walked past quite a few beer gardens and stuff, all sort of youthful chaps and chapesses.
Yes.
No social distancing
None
at all.
at all.
I talked to a couple of them as I was walking along. Everyone's fine with it, because it's Friday, innit?
Yes.
Then I went to the supermarket. I was the only person. No, there was me and another guy wearing a mask. Not a single other person was wearing a mask.
Right. I only wore a mask for the first time the other day when I got my hair cut because they insisted on it.
And they were wearing visors as well, right?
Well, no, they weren't wearing visors. They tried to wear visors, but apparently it steamed, the visors steamed up and they couldn't see what they were doing. So they ditched them, and now they were wearing just masks, which is fine, I guess. I mean, unless I catch a virulent disease from them and die.
Yeah.
But to go back to the washing shopping thing, that may or may not be an overreaction, but it doesn't really affect anybody. Me washing my shopping when I come in, and by the way, I had thought about doing that before anybody had even heard of the virus. Because think about what happens to your shopping before it gets to your cupboard or your fridge. Now, when was the last time you cleaned your fridge, by the way?
Oh, I mean, I'm not a good representative sample. I'm a nutcase. I sort of clean it every week, but I'm a mental case.
Well, then I take back that question. Most people don't ever clean their fridge, ever, unless they spill something in it. So just think of how much ick and filth is in your fridge, because you take stuff from the supermarket and put it straight in the fridge.
Oh, I mean, I'm one step ahead of you. What do you call your fifth? This is not a joke, by the way. What do you call your fifth finger on your hands? The pinky or the smallest finger?
The little finger.
The little finger. Thank you. And I've got A levels and everything and GCSE. But yeah, I used the little finger before Corona. I would use the little finger, both of my little fingers, as a pincer movement to sort of pick up the cheese packet, so that my hands wouldn't touch the packet. I told you I'm a nutter.
Yeah, but your little finger is right next to your other fingers.
Yeah, he was a perfect. He took a lot to perfect it. No, but the point I was saying more generally about sort of trying to expose myself to not the virus, but just because I know everyone's now saying, "Oh, we'll all work from home forever," and this is where another Nick Abbott prophecy comes true, because you used to bang on, and I don't mean this in an insulting way, but you used to bang on about how everyone is going to become unemployed due to robots, and you were sort of right, because now everyone is becoming unemployed because of the rise of online shopping and all the shops closing, and everyone's going to work from home and all the cafes and stuff around the
this by the way is the one thing that people haven't talked about at all. I mean, we still mention Brexit every now and again, and we mention online shopping and the death of the high street and so on, but it's almost as though automation has just taken a backseat. It's not gone away. In fact, I suspect that the virus will actually increase the speed of automation. People who think that their jobs are even through this virus, they think, well, I'm pretty safe. I'm an accountant or a lawyer, or I work in a warehouse, and everybody buys stuff from online, and so we'll need warehouse people, and all of those jobs are going to go. Drivers, the same. Automation is going to speed up because the virus shows that the weak link is us. We are the weak link. The reason that the economy is in the toilet is because we are weak.
It is, and also, can I just also quickly say that the thing now with this home working is that because the office environment from about 20 years ago, we had filing cabinets and it was all paper-based, but now because for office work it's all computer-based, they can just hire someone abroad for, like they did with the call centres and stuff. And I worked with a firm about 3 years ago that had already started doing that, because if you don't need to go into the office to touch papers, or that's not a euphemism, by the way. Just do you know what I mean? You don't need to. You don't. So they can
always get someone's written permission before you touch papers with them.
Disgusting.
Can I just make one last point? So one of these youthful chaps and chapesses I was talking to on my disastrous trip to the shop yesterday, she said to me, "Oh, it's all going to be fine because Rishi Sunak's printing money," and I thought she'd had one Bacardi too many. But I came home and they literally are printing.
Well, they're not literally printing money. It's worse than that. They're just making money up. It doesn't physically exist. They're just entering a number on a computer screen, and there's another £100 billion.
But the currency becomes. This is what happens. On a serious point, this is what happens before a Great Depression, because the currency becomes undervalued. Yeah. And because Rishi Sunak used to be a banker, I think I'm the only person who said this. I think it's because banking and investment and working in the markets, it's like posh gambling, essentially, right?
Of course.
So what's it?
It's not posh gambling. It's just gambling.
And because he's an ex-banker, effectively he's doing a gamble, and Bozo's just sat there, and I don't even think he's fully with it, because Boris Johnson's not. I mean, Rishi Sunak's making more of the decisions than Boris is, but he's...
Boris, I don't think, is a decisions person. Boris is the clown waving his arms up at the front of the stage, while the evil machinations are done by people in the shadows behind him.
It's true, but it's just disaster. I don't know. Yesterday I went out and I had a panini, and I thought I have to start tackling this, because we can't stay indoors forever. Whatever happens, we can't. I mean,
and stop eating paninis. Paninis are nothing. It's just it's like a brick of bread with a smear of filling in it.
Yeah. I just had to confront it. There's no social distancing at all, and everyone's just like, oh, it's fine.
Yeah, well, that's us going forwards. This whole idea of social distancing is being unpicked because our reaction to the virus, this social distancing thing, being indoors for 3 or 4 months, that has ruined the economy that took hundreds of years to create in a matter of weeks. It's incredible. And now, of course, we're being buttered up to ignore our fears, our very real fears about catching and dying from this thing, to go back out and please ignore everything that we've said over the last 4 months about staying apart from each other and not going on public transport and working from home if possible, and all these things that we obeyed almost to the letter. And now we're being persuaded that that everything is fine. Come back out. Well, it's not fine. It's still out there.
Nick, let's get our country back, eh?
Yes. We need a tad more clarification about the Nazis. Yes. They got a whole channel to themselves, the nasty Nazis. This says, came home and heard you say you had the worst hour. Has Ken from Westminster called? You called and gone on about Jesus again, says Darren. No, but Ken was lurking about the phone board, the switchboard yesterday, and I declined to take his call. Nick, have you heard the word of the Lord? Have you accepted Jesus into your life, Nick? That bloke. No, I did not take his call because Jesus told me not to. And that's a fact. Mitcham, hello, Julia.
Hello, Nick.
Julia.
I just wanted to thank you. I just really love your show. I've been listening for about 6 years, and I just wanted to give you a virtual hug for all the things you've just made me crack up so many times. I've been just laughing for months, every weekend.
Well, that's very nice of you, Julia. A socially distanced moi.
Yeah, especially recently, that clip by Boris Johnson, that is just absolutely brilliant.
This is an indication of the trouble that we're in.
Contact tasting, tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
Contact tracing.
Yes, that is just. I mean, it is just absolutely brilliant. I can't believe that something like that has been created as a proof of exactly the chaos that's going on.
So, what's up, Julia?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you about something that's happened to me in lockdown, which might have happened to other people as well. So we are a feline. We love cats. We're a feline family. And we've had a lovely, litter right at the beginning of lockdown. And after that, we were planning to, have her done, so is the thing. And that was not possible. So she's having another litter, and her daughter has had a litter of 5 as well. So we've got 10 kittens at home in Mitcham. And, blame it all on the lockdown. But, no, it's been a brilliant entertainment.
Well, I blame it all on the cats who can't keep their paws to themselves, apparently. That's awful.
Yeah, it's definitely kept the kids entertained, that's been really good.
So what are you going to do with them all?
Well, they're already double or triple booked. That's never a problem, yeah. Obviously, with the lockdown restrictions, I had to tell one person that they had to stay outside of the house and me give them the kitten, and that was okay. But, that's never a problem.
So
really.
what kind of cats are they? What colour are they?
Well, one of them is absolutely beautiful, like ginger, white, black, and long-furred. Yeah, really lovely. And
are any of them completely black?
Yes,
And,
one of them.
And did that one not have somebody buy it?
That one is only 3 days old.
Right.
Yes.
But in your experience, is it difficult to sell black cats?
No, not really.
Because there was a thing about I read on this show about a year or so ago.
Yeah.
Gosh, it seems like another lifetime a year ago, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. A different world.
That catteries couldn't give away black cats because, and you're not going to like this, people didn't want a black cat because it didn't show up in selfies.
Oh, my
You believe that?
God, that is all that's wrong with this.
Isn't it just?
Times,
Yeah.
yes. Well, I have to say, I personally don't like black cats either, because this is the culprit, is these 2, not 1, but 2 stray tomcats that keep doing this to our poor cats, you see. They are
Well, I think it's a
huge,
two-way
like
thing.
black panthers hanging around the area, honestly. But on another point, because, that's one personal side, but I just wonder, I mean, since they came out with this, track and trace, or whatever it's called, I'm not even going to try, but so if I had symptoms of this virus, and, I haven't, but, I think about it, would I really want to, now with all of this consequences, would I really go, I don't drive, so would I really, go into a cab or a bus or something to the nearest test centre to then have to tell, whoever many people I've met recently, and for them all to be told that they have to stay at home 2 weeks, even though they don't have symptoms. I mean, I think that is the reason that the virus numbers seem to be much lower than they actually are. Because let's be honest, the people that I've spoken to, they would not. I'm sorry, but before maybe they would get tested, but now with all these consequences, they just wouldn't do that. And I think that is the real reason why why there suddenly seems to be, a lot less cases.
It makes no sense to me that the only people that are being tested are the ones that apparently have it anyway. I mean, if you've got a fever and a cough and all of the things that go with this virus, then okay, you've got it. You don't really need to be tested, surely. It's the people that don't present symptoms that need to be tested, because that's the vast majority of the people who have the virus and are passing it on. That makes no sense to me. The other thing was, I know what you mean about resistance to finding out whether you've actually got it or not, because even if you have no symptoms, then the implication of the rules are that you will have to isolate yourself for a couple of weeks, you and everybody that you've met. And this happened just the other day. I went in to get, while I was waiting for my hair to be cut, I went in and got a coffee. And the woman behind the counter wanted to know my name and my phone number. And I thought, what do you want to know that for? And she said, it's because of the virus, we have to make a note of everybody that comes in here.
Yeah.
Now, maybe they're doing this in cafes and pubs ordinarily. I don't know, because I haven't been in one for 4 months.
Yeah.
That was the first place I'd been to that wasn't a supermarket for 4 months. And I thought, as I was giving her my phone number, I thought, do I actually want this person to know my phone number? Because say the person that was just ahead of me had it, then they're going to call me up and say, right, you've got to stay in for 2 weeks. Well, I don't really want that.
No.
But I did actually give her my proper phone number, because I'm a good boy, I am. But I'm quite sure that a significant number of people wouldn't.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just the whole thing as well. I mean, when did they actually come up with the facts that if you have a coffee with someone, then you're going to, have the virus as well, and potentially then you're going to have to self-isolate? Because when did they come up? When did they exactly find out that you have to be sitting facing somebody for exactly 37 and a half minutes for that virus to pass, and it have to be more than 50 minutes, but if it's less than 50 minutes, you won't be contacted or something like that.
They don't know anything of. They don't know any of the above.
About.
Yeah, they're still figuring out. I read today that you can now apparently pick it up if you're 10 meters away from someone. 10 meters.
We have no idea at all, but yet our children are being sent back to school and all the rest of it. I mean... Well,
I'm not too concerned about the kids. It's the people that the kids, if they catch it and they are asymptomatic, they don't show, they're not coughing or anything, and then they give it to Granny. Here, Julia, I've got some... Have you got any cats left?
Yes.
Well, hang on a minute, because Damien...
Oh, hello.
You want to buy a cat?
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I live close to Mitcham as well. I'm in Tooting.
He's in Tooting, and you're in Mitcham, Hi, Julia. Yeah. Hey, Damien.
What sort of colour were you thinking?
Yeah, and what colour? What colour cat? Don't say colour.
I haven't thought about it very much. I mean, I quite like black cats myself, but I don't have a thing to do selfies, so...
Right.
So that's not the problem. Okay, well, I'll put an earmark on the black one for you then.
Right. Okay.
Thank you very much.
There you are, Damien.
Yeah.
Now, how you two are going to get in touch with each other, I don't know. But if it's going to happen, then it'll happen. Oh, apparently my glamorous assistant says he's going to sort it out.
Brilliant. Yes,
So,
he seemed quite nice, even though you always say that he's fast asleep whenever you're doing something. He was rather polite and kept reassuring me that I will eventually come on. And it's the most intent that I've listened to in all of these 6 or 7 years. And I just wanted to say thank you again.
all right.
Honestly.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
And,
yeah.
You know,
All right, listen, Julia. Now, we're going to...
I love mackerel now.
Okay, well, it's very, very good for you. And any you don't eat, I'm sure the cats will swallow instantly. We'll give you his phone number. That's probably the right way around, isn't it? And then that gets a thumbs up from next door. See, I'm learning. We'll give Julia his phone number, and then Julia can do whatever she wants with it. Got nothing to do with me. I'm a matchmaker now.
Everything.
This says, Nick, I just saw a photo of our Prime Minister with his mask on. He reminds me of Hannibal Lecter, says Shane in York. Yeah. It puts the lotion in the basket or it gets the hose again. It says, is anyone else disturbed that Mr. Cummings, Dominic Cummings, an unelected advisor, appears to be gaining more power? It's like watching the rise of Emperor Palpatine and Bojo is the confused Anakin Skywalker. Please, no he isn't. Bozo is Jar Jar Binks. Are you kidding? Emperor Palpatine, yeah, and you and me are the Rebel Alliance. He said a few years ago, unelected officials was one of the Brexiteers' red lines. Exactly. Yeah, we left a rainbow alliance, a democratic rainbow alliance of interested parties to be run by an unelected, I don't know what you would call him. Not an unelected official. It used to be one of the Brexiteers' red lines. Yeah, they just make that stuff up. It's really, really important until it's not anymore, and then they just chuck it away. Red lines, my eye. Paul says grayling is back too. Lord help us. Yes. Yeah, well, I think if the Lord was going to help us, he or she would have done something by now. Let's have a call in. Who's been waiting the longest? Let's check. Oh, blimey. Been waiting forever. Sorry about that, Mike. You're in Beverley, but you know that.
Right, Nick. Yeah, I did know I was in Beverley, yeah.
Mike.
Yeah. What an amazing call earlier on. The most rambling, random call I've ever heard on your show.
Yeah, on and on and on he went. I think I know the one you mean.
Yeah, I think perhaps he's looking for a position as Danny's speechwriter. Perhaps it's a CV that he's preparing. But,
yeah.
No, I mean, totally.
Oh, really? We've lost him?
Ultra.
Oh, no, there you are. You must be talking to me on a mobile phone. You need to get to higher ground.
I'm actually trying to put my head out of the window, actually, to get a signal.
Okay.
I know a couple of guys who've got little trawls on the East Coast, and they're panicking come December 31st, because everything you said about fisheries is true, but if you put a tariff on their shellfish, they won't be able to sell it, basically.
All the stuff that we catch around our waters, we sell to Europe because it's not to our taste. We like fish that doesn't taste of anything, which you get in Iceland or, you know, around the Icelandic shores. Cod and haddock, you know, fish that doesn't taste of anything is what we like.
So, Brexit won't help them one bit, but the reason I really called was your opinion on the Roger Stone pardon.
Oh.
I mean, perhaps Cummings thinks now that he can do anything because Boris will just pardon him if he does.
Yeah, well, there is that. What happens in America used to happen here 6 months later. Now it happens 6 minutes later because they are like two peas in a pod, Bozo and Fat Donny.
But what do you think about the Roger Stone pardoning?
I think that he looks like a cartoonist's idea of what a criminal would look like. There's a picture of him with a top hat on. Just Google that up. Roger Stone top hat. He does look like a cartoonist's idea of like an evil master criminal. It's like somebody that James Bond would have been his foe when oh God, what was the first James Bond guy's name?
Sean Connery.
Sean Connery is like one of Sean Connery's foes. Yeah, like be mates with Oddjob.
One of your producers recommended a good program that apparently was made about him, which I'm going to look up and see what.
What, Oddjob or Roger Stone?
Roger Stone.
Right. Well, I don't know about that. I'll wait till oh no, it is a video already. Yeah, okay. Well, as soon as you find out what it is, then let me know straight away, all right?
Cheers, Nick.
Okay, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. This says, howdy, Nick. When Trump was asked about pets, he stated that he doesn't keep animals because he doesn't trust them. What? When Trump was asked about pets, he stated that he doesn't keep animals because he doesn't trust them. Well, with good reason. Pets know a thing or two. They'll bite your face off, Donny. This says, my friend Kate lost her cat Otto all day today. Distraught, she put up posters and distributed flyers. He's just sauntered in nonchalantly after an 18-hour absence, flashing her a look as he sauntered past her tearful face, which says "pitiful human," says Stephen in Cheltenham. You don't start putting up flyers. The cat's been out for 18 hours. Let's have Vancouver. Nick.
Oh, hi, Nick. You lose a cat here, it's been eaten, and it's never coming back. Those cute, cuddly raccoons like to eat cats.
Do they?
It's horrifying when it comes out here. Yeah, and coyotes, and eagles, and just about everything else.
Yeah, bears? You get bears too, I bet.
Yeah, we do. But
moose? You get moose?
Inland, yes, we do.
Yeah, you're in great danger, Nick. Do not go out of the house.
Funnily enough, Vancouver is an area that actually has a viable fishing industry. We go out and catch salmon and halibut.
Oh, salmon.
Like that.
Yeah.
Yes. And if one of my kids came home, one of my foster kids came home and said, you know what, I think I want to be a fisherman, I'd slap them upside the head. It's the worst bloody job in the world.
Terrible. Why would anybody want to do that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's terribly paid. Unless you literally own the boat or you're the mechanic on the boat. Those are the only two guys that get any money at all.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's terribly paid.
Freezing cold.
It's seasonal.
Really dangerous. Yeah.
Very cold, very wet, and very dangerous. It is a job that basically recruits from rehabs for guys coming out.
It's like complaining about it's like complaining about the death of the coal industry. Who would want to do that as a job? Spend all day breathing in coal dust, getting emphysema underground, where you could get buried alive at any minute. Why would you want to do that? People keep whining about the coal industry, the coal industry. Thank God it's gone.
Yes. That's one of the things I've never understood about Brexit is over here we're trying to phase these industries out because they're awful.
Yes.
We're trying to get into financial services and the things that you got into when you joined the EU. Coincidentally.
That's another kettle of fish entirely. The financial finagling racket. Precious little good will come from that.
Well, yes, but at least you don't drown if you screw up.
Well, I suppose so,
being a fisherman.
If you screw up as a banker, then you get to keep all of your money, and we pay for your losses. What a racket, eh?
Exactly. Yes. But no, I just wanted to point out, it's a terrible industry.
Yeah.
I can't imagine why anybody would want to inflict that on the youth of the UK.
Exactly.
It's almost child abuse.
Well, yes, well, that's precisely what it is. And it's this little Englander mentality of we used to rule the waves, and so they feel emotionally attached to the waves, even though they personally wouldn't want to go on one. All right, thanks, Nick. 0345 6060 973. And this constant refrain, they stole our fish. They stole our... It's like me saying that the guy who came and bought my car stole my car. No, he didn't. He gave me cash money for it. And because I sold it to him, I don't get to drive it anymore. It says, howdy, Nick. Well, howdy, stranger. When Trump was on... Oh, no, I read that already. Trump and pets. Oh, talking about Trump's pet. Did you... Kanye West. Oh. Just when you thought it couldn't get any weirder. Kanye West. I am stunned. Speaking of which, this says, Nick, so did you know that Johnny Depp is bringing out his own range of poop scoops? Regards, Tim. What do you think of that, Kanye?
Whoop-diddy scoop poop.
Is Johnny bringing out his own whoop-diddy poop scoop? That's what Kanye West is going to have written on the front of his red hat.
Whoop-diddy scoop poop.
Whoop-diddy poop to scoop poop. I've got his manifesto. I might get into that in a while. The stuff you hear. I hallucinate, nor is this real life? God, wouldn't it be marvellous if this was an hallucination? This says, Nick, the guy could call his new pet LBC for large black cat. P.S. Any chance of a shout-out for my black and white cat? How? He's in bed, but I'll play him the podcast tomorrow. Cheers, says Peter in Newcastle. Absolutely not. I don't do requests. Hi, Hal. Bromley. Hello, Luke.
Hello, hi, good
Luke.
evening. I think 2020 will go down as the phenomenon of the toilet rolls, the sellout that was.
Yeah.
But it led me to believe and think about actually the toilet rolls, because over the years I have noticed that the cardboard has actually been getting smaller. The actual roll, smaller. It's gone from small to large.
Yeah.
And
are you talking about the cardboard tube in the middle?
I most certainly am.
It's the
roll.
The
tube.
What's the line across the middle of a circle called? It's not the diagram. It's it's not the radius. What's a radius times 2 called? No, that's around the outside.
Diameter.
Around the outside. Diameter.
We got there.
The diameter of the cardboard, the thing, the paper goes around has got smaller. Almost too small to put it over some toilet roll holders.
Well, I would like to say it depends on your shop, but actually some of them are a rip-off. And I've noticed that, the actual rolls are getting larger. And so you get less roll for your buck.
Oh, you're saying that the opposite is true, that the diameter is getting bigger? Well, that's not my experience.
Well, look, Nick, I think perhaps as you get richer, you go to places like Marks and Spencer.
No, I don't buy my toilet roll at Marks and Spencer. Mind you, there was a period there where I'd buy it wherever you could get it.
The observation is, I mean, I was questioning, should I bring this up on the radio? Because I thought I might start off some sort of rioting or something,
Yeah, I would think so.
Realise that they're getting ripped off, But you're getting less roll. You obviously go through much faster. That's obviously caused a massive sellout across the nation. I used to have a hamster, and I used to put the toilet roll into the hamster cage, and used to struggle to get through the thing, And now it does somersaults.
Okay.
There's that much space to move.
That is a unique problem unto yourself, Luke.
He had to nibble his way through it.
Right. Well, thanks for letting us know. No, I think the opposite is true. I think the diameter of the cardboard tube is actually getting smaller, which would imply that you're getting more paper around. But that doesn't make much sense, as you would think that the opposite would be true, that they were charging you more and giving you less, because that seems to be the way of the world. So I'm going to look into that, Luke. Leave that with me. I'm going to look into that whole toilet roll issue. Says, just a bit off topic, but I think it would be a good idea to bring back Spitting Image, as I'm extremely bored, and it would be very entertaining in these times especially. Bored? How can you possibly be bored? We've got every kind of entertainment that you could imagine at your fingertips. Have you seen the internet? There's no end of things to look at and listen to and experience and feel on the internet. We got books, there's television, videos, you got streaming, there's every piece of music that has ever been recorded, which you can get within seconds of you asking for it. Bored. This says, Nick, you're the second best. What? I'm the second best what? I'm the second best and Trump is a wally, I agree, he says. I'm currently on the south coast looking up at the Milky Way and millions of stars, and it is truly awe-inspiring. We need to look up more, says John. I completely agree. Nick, this says, can you matchmake again, please? I'm seeking a nice, single expat, never married, divorced or widowed. Or like a new one. You don't want anyone that's second-hand. Is that what you mean? Never married, divorced or widowed? Or do you mean you are never married, divorced or widowed? Or they are? I've got no idea. And, more to the point, I don't care. Anyway, he or she wants an expat who lives in the sun or a wannabe expat. I'm fed up with my birth country now. The circus we have in power here is making me ill, says K. That is the letter K, not K-A-Y. So, any offers? I'll assume that the answer is no. Here's Thornton Heath, Rosemary.
Hello, Nick.
Rosemary.
I had to wait a little while to get the number in 2 doses, your number.
Yes.
But when Julia was talking, I have recently lost one of my cats.
Lost
a black
it?
cat. and she was just coming up for her 21st birthday.
Wow, that's pretty old in cat years.
I know, but she was beautiful. Yeah. Her sister died 5 years ago, a sister from the same litter.
Right.
But I like them having company.
Yes.
But I've got a grey one as well.
Oh, that sounds nice.
And he's pining for the black one. He keeps going to little places.
Oh.
And just sitting there, and he's just not himself at all.
Right.
And in fact, when she was dying, he went up to her several times and just put his nose against her nose and his nose against her ear. And then he went out in the hallway and he cried like a baby. So there's no doubt that he loved her, but they always had their food side by side. So he's all on his own now. If anything happens and the cat, I've forgotten the name of the person that phoned afterwards, the man.
Yeah.
But if Julia finds that she does have one left, a black one, I would love so much to go with my Misty.
Oh my God! Okay, I really am becoming a pet matchmaker here.
When Julia was talking to you, I thought, what's the number? What's the number? I couldn't remember it.
Now, do you think that an old cat would actually like a young cat intruding on its territory?
He's 11.
Well, how old is that?
Cat. Fairly young, really.
Is it?
Fairly young. But
it thinks that the area of the house is its area. If another cat, a younger, more bouncy cat, comes along,
I don't think so. I don't think he's that way. He's got a lovely temperament. But anyway, see what happens, and you can put me down. My mobile is playing up at the moment. Yes, put my name down, or let Julia have my number.
I'd have to put you in a basket and take you to the vets.
All right, you could do that. While we're talking about toilet rolls, I think what's happening, they're not packing it so tightly.
That's true. Yes.
The rolls are, they're much. The sheets are
looser,
much further apart.
Correct.
So you don't get as much.
I think you're right about that. Yes.
Yeah.
Very suspicious. All right, Rosemary, you're the last one. I'm not going to do this anymore.
Oh, no, I know, but I was sorry to get through when she was talking to you. And then when she said she had a black one as well.
All right, well, I'm going to put you on hold, and my glamorous assistant will take your details, and he'll give your number to whoever it was. Right? More thumbs up. That's the last one I'm doing. No more of that. Trying to do a show about the issues here. This says, D. Cummings is an intelligent, well-educated person, whether you like him or not. That's weather spelled W-E-A-T-H-E-R. Like it's raining over there. An intelligent, well-educated person, whether you like him or not. And many advisors are unelected. Yeah, but none with his portfolio, which seems to be running the government. It's like he's playing Boris Johnson like he's sooty. I wonder where his hand is.
Disgusting.
If this government is being run by Dominic Cummings, which by all accounts it is, and the government's reaction to the virus is as catastrophically awful as we understand that it is, then I dispute that he is an intelligent, well-educated person. Or he may well be an intelligent, well-educated person who is uniquely unqualified to be doing his current job. You can be really smart and yet really bad at doing something. Just because you're well-educated doesn't mean to say that you're in a position to run the government for the benefit of the nation. Anyway, it goes on. Would you rather like listening to elected Diane Abbott, and what was her contribution to politics? Oh, forgot, at least she surpassed any comedian we knew and increased my sense of humour regarding Labour Party. What are you talking about? It's another one of these what about people. As though the only alternative to being led by an unelected Dominic Cummings is to be led by Diane Abbott. Those are the only two options available to us. God, I despair. I really do. Danny in Oxford says, just a bit off top. I've read that. I read that one and that one. God, I'm doing very well. I'm very good at my job. I wonder if I can... No, I can't squeeze another one in. Not before the news. So I shall read some more of these. Hi, Nick. I'm an importer and exporter of medical products to and from the EU. Really? Well, in that case, I'd like to give you a contract for £100 billion. You don't actually have to provide anything for it. We'll just send you the money. You don't have to give it back, because that's what we're doing these days, apparently. I'm an importer and exporter. Well, we know what that means.
Want to score some pot?
He imports and exports medical products. I was really worried that the government were making a mess of us leaving, and the border problems that have been forecast would cause huge issues for my business. However, I just read that the government is spending £705 million to make things run smoothly. This includes £235 million on a new IT system. I can sleep easier now, says Sir Stephen in Newsham. Yeah, that's right, don't worry, because the government says it has everything under control. You know, often it's difficult to tell sarcasm if it's just written down. Difficult to tell tone from the written word, but I think it's dripping with the sarcasm. All over it is. This says, hi Nick, why do so many callers start by asking how you are? Don't they realise that if there was the slightest thing wrong with you, we would have heard about it in excruciating detail in the first half hour of the show? Says Richard Thompson. Probably not that Richard Thompson. Another Richard Thompson.
Rock and roll!
This says, would you please let your smart and qualified audience, or tell rather, let your smart and qualified audience, tell. Would you please tell your smart and qualified audience that if they don't cover their noses with the mask, it has no effect? Covering the mouth alone equals no mask. Thanks, says Lucas. No, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. If you just cover your mouth with it, I mean, I know it's difficult to breathe through those things. Having worn one for about half an hour, I was getting my hair cut the other day. Gets a little bit hot in there. But if you're just hanging it around your chin, then you might as well not wear it at all. And let's remember that the mask is not to protect you from somebody else. The mask is to protect somebody else from you. The thing that protects you from somebody else is a respirator, not a mask. Different. I saw somebody in the supermarket with a respirator just the other day. It looked like he'd just walked in from space. He actually looked like a spaceman. I thought, is gravity affecting you? But he looked also like he'd just come off a building site because he was covered in dust. And builder persons have respirators, you know, for that very purpose on building sites, which is why you used to be able to pick one up in a builder's merchant, but not no more. Gone. Plus, very, very uncomfortable to wear for a long period of time, I would imagine. Here's a call in Camden. Hello, Claire.
Hi, Nick.
Claire.
Hello?
Yes, Claire.
Hi. I have to tell you something. Last week...
Do you have to?
Last week, people were wondering where does all this hair in hairdresser sounds...
Oh, yeah. Where does it go?
Where does it go? And what I have to tell is gross.
Is it a secret?
Not pleasant.
Oh, right. Okay, then.
It's not pleasant. But
okay, well, steel yourself, everybody. Grip onto something firm. It's about to get rocky. Go ahead.
Some companies take it and they process it. And after the processing, they call it
They spin it into spaghetti?
They call it something like mono, di, tri, quattro, something. And they make it into an Audi Quattro. Is that what you just said? No, they call it something mono, di, something which is some chemical thing which nobody can read.
Right.
And they call it a filler, in fact. And they put it into bread.
Bread?
Yeah.
Bread. I have actually found a hair in a meal once.
Disgusting.
Yeah, and it wasn't the kind of hair that you don't want to find any kind of hair in a meal, but it definitely wasn't the kind of hair that you want to find in a meal. It was, a particular type of hair, but I've never heard of hair in bread. What are you talking about?
It's called L-cysteine, which is some kind of protein, as far as I know. But in any case, they don't even put. If you read the ingredients of some breads,
hair.
They may say L-cysteine, but they may say something like mono-G something, which nobody will read to the end.
No.
And
monophosphoglutamate or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hair. So they make bread out of hair.
It's a filler because they.
Well, I would imagine it'd be very filling.
It makes the bread
hairier.
Look bigger. More volume.
Yeah.
But they don't only put it into breads and
of course
other
not.
Things.
Because that would be crazy.
They put it into meat products also.
Meat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love the taste of hair in the morning. Tastes like victory. So where did you get this information, by the way?
This was in the news of a well-known broadcasting company 2 years ago.
In the news?
Yes, in one of the bulletins.
That they make bread out of hair?
That they put this thing, but not all breads.
Well, of course not.
If it's
if it's a hair-free variety, then obviously there's a very minimal amount of hair in it.
If it's an artisan bread, they don't use such things.
No.
I have been as a volunteer in small bakeries, and they just put the ordinary things, which are flour, water,
and toenail clippings. That's how they make the crust on top of the bread, the toenail clippings. Not a lot of people know that. They melt them down and then they smear it over the top before they put it in the oven. That's a fact.
No.
It's true.
No.
Well,
they may put some pumpkin seeds and sunflower seeds, but nothing else.
Well, that really is disgusting. Sunflower seeds, ugh. And hair, that's fine. But I draw the line at sunflower seeds. Okay, well, thanks for the bad news, Claire.
Well, I have to say it because it's true.
It's true, yeah. Well, if it's true, then you've got to say it, and we appreciate your honesty. Thanks.
If you see a long list of ingredients
don't
on
read
the back of a loaf of something,
bread,
you'll know what it is.
Yeah. Well, that just makes sense. Okay, thanks a lot, Claire. 0345 6060 973. That's sort of one of those things that, I laugh through and then find out later, oh my God, it's true. They do make bread out of hair. I bet my glamorous assistant wants to check that straight away. Because there is something called not L-cysteine, it's L something or other, capital L dash something. I think bodybuilders take it. No, that's creatine, isn't it? There is something along those lines that that people who are trying to bulk up, that they take in powder form. It's hair. Who knew? It's an educational program, this, isn't it?
No.
This says, loving the real talk. Can you shout out my Nan Mary, who is listening from Devon? No. But thanks for asking. Always be polite. Doesn't hurt to ask. This says, no, I've read all of these. I'm way ahead of schedule. I've got no idea where I'm going, but at least I'm ahead of schedule. This says, oi, Edinburgh and Scotland is not, quotes, the north. This is from a conversation we were having some while ago. Yeah, well, it's north of here, where I'm sitting. I'm not saying it's the north. I know where it is. I grew up there. Let's have Atlanta. Graham.
Thank God. Hey, you started off talking about sterile sandwiches.
Yeah.
Now, the best, I'll get to the kippers in a minute. The best sandwich, of course, is to go into the garden, pick a ripe tomato, put it between 2 slices of white bread with some mayonnaise. That's the greatest thing.
White bread?
The greatest sandwich in the world.
White bread?
Yeah. That's what they call it down here, is white bread.
Yeah. No, that's a terrible sandwich. First of all, because tomatoes...
Oh, no.
Tomatoes don't taste of anything anymore. It's just...
Ours do. Mine, homegrowns do.
Okay, then. All right. But
Actually,
just
I
tomatoes.
agree with you.
You got to put
don't...
cheese, surely. Not American cheese, because that stuff's rubbish.
No, it's rubbish, right? Okay, let's see. Brian, he should get his own show.
Oh my God!
Him and Ken should have their own show.
Can you imagine?
Be like Heckle and Jekyll, right?
People would be beating their radios to death.
The new news is Trump was seen wearing a mask.
Yes.
Now, that made news. Come on, give me a break.
What color was it?
I don't know. Probably said it was a MAGA mask. Probably.
Yeah.
You know it was.
Yeah.
Now, news from Atlanta. We're in lockdown again.
Again.
No going anywhere except to the pharmacy and the supermarket and your physician.
How long were you out of lockdown?
Oh, well, people were getting back to work and nobody was... And also, you have to wear a mask now. It's mandatory. The mayor just said it's mandatory to wear a mask. And some guy was walking into the supermarket this afternoon and the cops threw him out because he wasn't wearing a mask. How long we were we were open for, I don't know, month and a half.
God, that was quick. So you locked down for what must have been a very short period of time. How long were you locked down for?
I don't know. It wasn't like you guys, because I've talked to my cousin in England, and he was locked down on his front yard forever.
Yeah, 4 months.
It wasn't as bad as you guys. But now I was supposed to go to Florida to
Florida.
Miami.
Oh,
warning! Man.
That's the last place you want to go.
No, you're right, because the 3 counties, Broward, Brevard, and Palm Beach, have had 2,000 deaths recently and 100,000 cases.
Yeah.
So, and I'm a geezer with a heart condition, so I ain't going down there.
Well, everybody in Florida is an old geezer with a heart condition.
He's a geezer. That's true. Now, earlier on, when you were stuttering for words, you were like, it was dead air for a minute.
What?
And you sounded like Joe Biden. You couldn't catch your words.
I would ace
there you go.
a cognitive test. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, you do. It's all the carpet cleaner you were breathing last year.
Yeah, well, that's right.
It's knocked you down.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Oh, we don't sell cats here. You can't sell a cat.
What?
You can rehome a cat.
Right.
But you can't sell a cat.
Well, how do you buy one then?
Who needs to buy a cat? The woman said, "I just find 2 and put them together." And soon you'll
well,
have
I suppose so. Like magic, they start proliferating all over the place. Yeah.
Nothing wrong with a cool cat looking up a kitty. And speaking of that, I remember I said about 6 months ago that in 9 months we're going to see a population surge because of the lockdown.
Yeah. No, we won't.
You don't think so?
I think the opposite's going to happen because young persons aren't getting it on with each other, are they?
Well, they don't wear masks, so what do they care?
Well, but once the wearing of masks is mandatory, then where's the sexual attraction going to come from?
Well, you've heard of the 2-bagger, right?
Thanks a lot, Graham. This show was getting along just fine until a man from Atlanta came along and plunged it into the toilet. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says, Nick, are you giving away cats? You could call this pet a porte. Listener, this says, Nick, sorry to change and bring up an old subject, but where have all the insects gone? I've not seen a single bee this summer, and although in some respects it's welcome, no wasps. Hey, you know what? I haven't seen any wasps. I've seen quite a few bees, no wasps. Butterflies? Moths? Question mark? I've seen a lot of butterflies. And boatloads of moths, which must be executed on site, no exceptions. The clothes variety, clothes moths. And I'll say this again. If you want to kill a clothes moth, then don't try and clap it onto the wall, because it takes off the moment you get anywhere near it, and then it just disappears. How do they do that? It's like an invisibility cloak they've got. Once they take off, you can't see them anymore. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. You need a death bat. Oh, it is so satisfying. You can pick them up on the World Wide Web. Death bats. I've got one called the Terminator.
Correct.
And it terminates them. You get them just right and they explode. Now, I know that's going to upset a lot of people, but they're clothes moths. Are our crops being pollinated by hand? Has the virus killed all our insects, or have we got something to do with this, says Jim Hassocks. For a little while there, we had a lot more insects. And I know that that's true because they were splattered all over the windscreen of my car, the likes of which has not happened since the 70s. They all came back almost straight away after we all went inside. But now we're all coming outside again, and the traffic outside my house is just as bad as it ever was. We've learnt 0 lessons. This says, you're a man of many talents. Not only do you have the best hair at LBC, that is correct. You are now a cat matchmaker. I'm pretty sure there must be a full moon out tonight. I just saw someone wearing a sleeping eye mask over their mouth instead of a face mask, and what looked like socks on their hands for gloves. Don't go outside, Nick. It's wild out there, says Holly in Slough. Up for Slough. Of course, Slough. This says, Donald Trump's hair bread is my only sustenance. It's the best hair bread available, says Adam. Well, that's what Donnie says.
Believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me, believe me. Okay.
This says, Nick, the hair bread thing is 100% correct. See, I knew it. I knew it sounded too ridiculous to be something that she made up. The hair bread thing is 100% correct. The hair mainly comes from China. Why does it come from China? We got hair here. It's used in mass-produced white bread. I tweeted this to you last week, says that person. So here it is. I've just found it on my phone. It says, if you're buying your loaf from a commercial producer, it probably contains human hair.
Oh, no.
L-cysteine. Not the chapel. L-cysteine. C-Y-S-T-E-I-N-E. I think that is the stuff that bodybuilders take. It's like a white powder. Pretty sure. L-cysteine. It's an amino acid used to extend shelf life in things like commercial factory-made bread, and it's often synthesized from human hair, as well as duck feathers, cow horns, and pig bristles. Oh my God, that's the worst thing I've ever heard. What? Human hair, cow horns, pig bristles, and duck feathers in bread. Oh my God. Beat that. I think I want to go and lie down now. Maybe have some toast before I do that. Here is call in Hartsford. Michael. Michael.
Oh, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, I'm so glad I'm on it. I've been taking notes for about 20 minutes now.
Right.
On every caller. So I wanted to start with the guy from Atlanta saying that you're talking randomly.
Yeah.
That's what this whole show is about.
It is.
And that's what makes people want to phone in, because they feel that they can talk because it's normal, like an everyday person, and you're not scripted. So that's an attraction. So I don't know why he's saying that.
Yes.
Secondly,
This show is normal.
not normal, but it makes you feel like you can talk. So some people are a little bit radio shy and stuff like that.
Of course.
You come across in a friendly way.
I know I am.
Not like a politician. So, and talking about politicians, when I remember a time when this was about 15 years ago, when I was assisting the school on a day outing and with the children. They were year 5, and we went to the farm from London to see the animals, and there was a politician there.
Yes.
I won't mention any names, but he is currently our Prime Minister, let's say. But,
without mentioning any names, yes, but he's our Prime Minister at the moment. Okay, who could it be? Go on.
We were trying to call over the cows, and they wouldn't come to the gate, and all the kids were there, and we were calling and making hand gestures, and they weren't coming over. And then Boris tried to call them over, and I just said, whistle. And he shouted out, whistle, to the cows.
Rissoles?
No, I said to him, why don't you whistle? I went, whistle to the cows.
Whistle, yes.
I went, whistle, and he looked at me and he shouted out the word.
He shouted whistle.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that sounds like him, yeah.
And like, it was just an embarrassing moment.
Whistle.
And then we did laugh, and then he laughed, and then it was all right. But it was very, very funny. And then about I think Whistle went whistle with his hands, his mouth.
That does actually sound like him, yeah.
But coming back to all you hear from everyone about the hair, I went to a regression session where you look at past lives and found out loads of stuff about myself. And I said to my boyfriend, you need to go for regression. You know, you're really... He said, no, I don't believe in all that. I'm going, you've really got to go. It was £150, and we booked him in.
£150?
Yeah.
For somebody to tell you about a life before your current life?
Yeah, and I was fascinated by it, so I sort of pushed him into it, but he didn't believe in it. And in his job, he runs conference centres. And the Dalai Lama wasn't there, but his assistant was there, and all his team. And he just came across him in the corridor and shook his hand. And the guy said, you were an elephant in your previous life. And I was like, oh, he just messed the whole thing up, because he had the regression booked for 2 days after that. But no one needed to know about it, because he knew what he was. He was an elephant, so it was embarrassing, and lucky we didn't spend any money.
If somebody who knows the Dalai Lama has told you used to be an elephant in a previous life, then you don't need to spend £150 on getting that information from somebody else, because it's a fact.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And coming back to the reason I called was my daughter's 18. She's got a very good job. She's just got the job in lockdown, and she's doing very, very well. And the topic of conversation was George Floyd, which everyone's very sensitive about and has an opinion on. Everyone's aware of what happened.
Yeah.
My daughter had just spoke about the fact that the week before he had, cracked cocaine, and he punched a pregnant woman in the stomach and all this stuff. And everyone thought she was terrible for saying that. But she wasn't against the principle of it. She was just saying, why hold him as a martyr when this has been going on for years?
Right. So by the way, what were you in a previous life?
I was a little German girl, and I was, all I remember, I think I was making it up, because I couldn't really get quite under.
Well, that's really hard to believe. Somebody that's charged you £150 to tell you what you used to be in a previous life was just making it up. Wow. I wouldn't have predicted that. It says, I've been looking for something to put me off bread, and you have just done it. Do you know anything off-putting about profiteroles? Well, yeah, come to think of it, yes, I do. I mean, can you imagine where they get profiteroles from?
Disgusting.
This says, you got to go outside and look at the comet, Nick. Now! What comet? Well, it's almost certainly too late. There's a comet. Crouch End. Hello, Danny.
Oh, Nick, I heard you in the last hour talk about how lucky we all are to have everything on tap.
Yeah.
I can listen to any album, watch any film on YouTube for free. I remember when I was about 20, just to buy an album, just to buy a record or a cassette, it cost you £12 or £13.
Yeah, it would be like a week's money. Yeah.
Sorry?
It'd be a week's money.
Yeah. Now it doesn't cost anything. Lockdown has been bliss because it's given me more time to listen to more albums, watch more YouTube clips, watch more films than ever for free.
The thing with YouTube, though, is it's a bit like a meal of pudding because it's just quite unsatisfying, I find.
I don't. I find it's like a Christmas pudding. It's so rich that, nothing can stop you finding whatever you want.
Yeah, but when you're listening to music on... Okay, listen, hang on a minute. When you're listening to music on YouTube, don't you find that you don't actually listen to a whole track because there's a whole list of other things and you think, oh, I'll listen to that now, and you only listen to half of everything.
Working in music, I think that's the case with everything. I think in the old days you used to listen to a whole album and you would actually have a longer attention span and enjoy
Correct,
it.
yes.
I think now everything's got a shorter sort of appreciation. 20 seconds you're bored now.
Right. So what albums have you been listening to?
Oh my God, I have to listen to modern dance music because that's how I earn a living.
Right. Yeah.
But what I really love is Steely Dan. Do you remember Donald Fagen?
Of course.
Yeah, I love Steely Dan. I love I just went and bought Countdown to Ecstasy, which was their second album. I love them. I think they're brilliant.
Yeah. Asia is the album you want to listen to. Asia.
Asia's they got a bit slick by that point. I like Pretzel Logic. Do you remember that one?
Okay. If you say so.
Yeah.
Right.
I do.
Okay. I'm not going to argue with you about it. Asia is their best album. That is indisputable. But if you want to listen to Pretzel Logic too, then that's just fine.
I love Asia.
That's okay with me. All right. Okay. Well, when you get some time, go listen to Physical Graffiti. Promise me you'll do it.
Physical Graffiti is wonderful. Houses of the Holy. You know what? You and I have got very similar music taste. Right. You've actually got good music taste, Nick.
I know that. Go listen to the first 4 albums by Joe Walsh and write a full report. I want it on.
Rubbish guitarist.
Come off it. Okay, that's it. That's it. He just said the magic words. He's banned forever. A rubbish guitarist. Oh, my God. I need to sit down. Oh, no, wait, I am sitting down. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Boreham Wood. Hang on a minute. There it is. Joe.
Hi, how are you? Great show, Nick.
Great, mate. Thanks.
King of the Airways. I thought it was Steve Allen, but I've changed my mind.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to talk about the fisheries. I agree with you with one of your previous callers saying that you were wrong. I mean, if we stay in Europe, and even though we're pretty restricted, we're still going to get more variety of fish.
We're still going to get what?
We're still going to get more variety of fish, like you mentioned yourself, rather than just the one that we're getting now.
Well, we can get any kind of fish that we want.
Yeah, but not from our shores. We're pretty limited.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, whether we're inside or outside the EU, it doesn't make no difference. The fish don't know that. They swim where they swim.
Yeah. And picking up on this, if I may say so, with Boris Johnson, I'm beginning to think that he could be related to Mr. Trump.
Related?
Because, because Boris Johnson, as you know, was born in America.
I think he's an offcut.
And the way that he's going in America, I'm a bit worried.
You're a little bit worried, yes. Well, imagine that the next president of the United States could be Kanye West. Whoop-dee-dee-scoop poop. I mean, can you imagine?
All the insects are under Mr. Trump's head, under his wigs.
Right. Okay, well, I'll look there. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. This says, in Victorian times, they would make bread with plaster of Paris to fill it out. Filling it out with the European plaster. You believe that? That was the diet of a lot of poor workers. Imagine eating that all day. And then there's an emoji of what looks like somebody constipated at stool. Well, that's just awful. That's exactly what it looks like. It looks like that, don't it? Oh, he's busy listening to something else. I think he's in there listening to Classic FM. Yeah, I know it's relaxing. We're trying to do a show here. Pay attention. This says, has anybody from Leicester ever taken a summer holiday in Belgium? What's that got to do with anything? Has anybody from Leicester ever taken a summer holiday in Belgium? Am I missing something? But almost certainly. This says, Dominic Magoo Cummings said during a Q&A at the Garden Fete that he held that he makes a lot of mistakes. And cardboard tubes in toilet rolls vary a lot in diameter, something I've noted over the years. Yeah, well, I've noted it too. So, no. They do vary a lot in diameter, and they should have some sort of a label on them.
Warning, warning!
This tube may not fit over your toilet roll holder, because some of them don't. If you've got one of those, it's like a metal stick thing, but it's got a bigger end bracket to stop the roll from falling out. And sometimes they don't go over the end bracket. The people that make the brackets should talk to the people that make the toilet rolls. And then life would be in perfect harmony. Wouldn't that be marvellous if they could just get on the phone and have a chit-chat? Plymouth, Mark.
Oh, hi.
Mark.
Hi, Nick.
How you doing?
Yeah, I was ringing in about the hair in the bread thing, and since I've been hanging on waiting for you, you've more or less answered it, but there is something worse than that.
What?
Yeah.
Worse?
You'll think I'm making this up, but...
Well, no, wait a minute. Give it to us slowly. Let us down easy. So there's something worse than hair?
Yeah.
Human hair in bread and pig bristles and duck feathers.
Well, I would say, I think if your LBC listeners had a vote on your marvellous show, you should be in politics, by the way, because I'd vote for you. But I think most people on LBC would say this is disgusting.
Right.
This is something you could not make up. And
okay, then.
If you Google it, So,
I'm ready.
In vanilla, strawberry, and raspberry ice cream, not all ice cream makers, but some of the they use something called, I'm going to say this wrong, castrolum. It's CASTORELM.
Wait a minute. CASTRO
CASTORELM. Edward Lima.
Castorelm. I've never heard of it.
Yeah. Well, it comes from the castor sacs, and it's beaver anal secretions.
Oh my God! I wasn't ready for it.
No, I'm sorry about that. It's if you look it up, you'll I don't know whether I spoke to one of your people earlier on, and if you just quickly Google it. I used to work in the catering, and we used to have it on things that you would horrified was in mass-produced food.
Oh.
I don't. It's not in all ice cream. The Food and Drugs Agency authority, they class it as a natural flavouring.
That's one of the worst things I've ever heard.
I'd imagine if you were Ben and Jerry's and it said hazelnut and anal secretions,
yeah.
It would affect
Yes, that might be the one that's still available at a store near you. All of the other flavours completely sold out. Yeah.
I don't know why they put it in there. There must be a reason, obviously. A friend of mine said, well, maybe they're just having a laugh.
Yes, exactly, for fun, yeah.
I think it's something to do with preserving something or other, but if your listeners look it up, it is, sorry about that, it's a bit late at night, so I should have phoned in with
of government warning, shouldn't
Well,
there?
exactly. Yeah, thanks a lot, mate. You see what you've done to this programme.
I'm sorry. If you look it up, it's genuine. I couldn't make that up if I tried anyway.
Well, I guess not, no. Okay, well, thanks for the bad news, Mark.
Okay, thanks, Nick.
Oh, God. And if you didn't really hear what he said, then you're the lucky one. If you're, I suppose if you're listening to this on the podcast, then it's too late because you will already have heard it. But if you are listening to this on the podcast and you were doing something else and you didn't quite catch what he said, do not rewind.
Warning, warning.
It's not something you want to know. But in other news, don't eat any ice cream anytime soon. You know, what with the secretions and all.
Disgusting.
Oh, my God, now I'm feeling really ill.
Running late.
So everything was going along fine, and, you know, my life was okay. I mean, it wasn't great, it was sort of okay. And then I heard this programme. So I've just looked it up. Would you like to know the gruesome details?
No.
Castorium. Castorium. Castorium, it says here, I'll read it word for word. Are you ready?
Negative.
Castorium is a tasty additive. That's what it says. A tasty additive made from... I don't know if I can say this. I can't say that. Say it. I've probably eaten it.
Oh, no.
Castorium is a... I'm going to have to hold my nose and then I'll get through it. Castorium is a tasty... I can't get past the word tasty. I mean, if ever a word does not belong in a sentence containing what comes next, it's the word tasty. In fact, the word tasty is what offends me most about this sentence. And it's got glands in it. All right, you ready? I'll take a run up at it. Castorium is a tasty additive made from the secretions of glands near the anus of beavers. Tasty. They use it to mark their territory and attract a mate. We use it as a sweet vanilla, strawberry and raspberry flavouring in drinks and sweets. Foods that contain castorium, raspberry flavoured candy, strawberry, vanilla and raspberry ice cream. It's also used in alcoholic beverages. Well, I'm in need of an alcoholic beverage or 6 right now, as a matter of fact.
Booze.
Oh, my God, that's the worst thing I've ever heard. A sentence with tasty, glands and anus all in the same sentence. That's just awful. What's happened to this programme? Who's responsible? Here's a call in Seven Sisters. Hello, Valerie.
Hello.
It's awful, isn't it, Valerie?
It's quite awful, but it's not unheard of.
Well, I've never heard of it.
The civet cat also secretes something unpleasant.
Oh, my God.
Which smells so gorgeous that we pay fortunes for it, don't we?
Do we?
In perfumes. Yeah, in perfumes.
What, and splash it all over?
No, it's too expensive for that. It's too expensive for that.
I don't want to know anything about anything anymore.
Okay, all right. I'll be gentle with you.
Yes.
Then, because I want to talk to you about one of your callers last night.
Last night? Okay.
Yeah, last night.
Go on.
He was your stalker. Do you remember him?
No.
Well, I only said he wasn't really a stalker. I just said that to get your attention because I'm frightened you might cut me off.
Well, that still might happen.
He knew your address.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, he knew where I used to live 15 years ago.
I know, but he didn't know it was years ago. But even so, it was a bit... Did he go to see the house, or did he just look at it on Google?
Well, my understanding was that he lives around that area. I mean, he must do, because he went by I used to live in a church, not all of the church, but the top bit of a church.
Was it that church on Hornsey Lane?
No, it's
on the Archway Road. I mean,
it's near Archway.
Yeah, opposite Waterloo Park.
No.
No, okay. Well, anyway, it's a beautiful church, and they made it into flats. Anyway.
Right. Yeah, well, they're all flats now. Yeah, that whole God business is going out of business.
Yeah. No, it's not. It's going into business. It's making even more money.
Well, I read today the money that the American government is just sloshing around. Over $1 billion has gone to the Roman Catholic Church. I think between $1 and $3 billion of the money that the American government is sloshing around businesses has gone to the Roman Catholic Church. Can you believe that?
He's trying to buy the Pope.
Well, I think he's trying to buy his way into heaven. I think that ship's sailed, Donny.
I'm not sure that he believes in God, to be honest.
No, he believes in himself as God,
Yeah.
but other than that.
But I think he wants the Pope's vote because he knows you've been a lot with him.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway, I want to get back to this man last night.
Right.
Because he is a phenomenon. And I'm starting a collection of phenomena. And this man is my second one in my collection.
Phenomena. Do, 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 do.
He is one of those people who is incredibly boring, but but he's also really interesting.
Fascinating.
At the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I was listening to him, and he was taking you on a guided tour through the pieces of his Meccano kit.
Oh, that guy. Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, we were saying.
Well, some of the most fascinating people on television are incredibly boring, like that space hippie that. Oh, it's amazing. You know that scientist who used to be in a dreary dance band.
You mean Brian Cox?
Yeah, exactly. He can send me to sleep in about 2 seconds flat, but he's probably very, very interesting. I think it's just the tone of his voice. I can't watch any of his programs because I instantly go to sleep. Oh, look at the stars! They're amazing.
Yeah, but this man was. Yeah, but Brian Cox also. I'm thinking about it. He's passionate too. This man was passionate about his
Meccano. Yeah, well, people get that way. People get that way about air fixes, and when I say people, I mean men. Well, boys and men, the male of the species.
I was having this inner conflict. I was having this fight with myself because part of me was really, really interested, and the other part was saying, "Shut up!"
Well, you know what? Let's not get too superior about it, because while men get obsessed with Meccano and Airfix, women are plucking their eyebrows off and then painting them back on again.
I know that's a weird, horrible thing to do. And then when they've done it, it looks so...
It does. I'm sorry, girls, but often you look like clowns. Stop doing that.
You look like Groucho Marx trimmed down a bit.
Exactly. Yeah, that's precisely right. Yeah, there was. I almost burst out laughing. Somebody turned around. I went into a paint shop, and the girl that was there turned around, and I really had to bite my tongue because it looked like she'd applied her eyebrows with a paint roller. They were huge.
And they've always got this really sharp edge.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, like with a ruler they put them on. Hey, Valerie, I'm going to have to go because look at the time, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. This says, I'm currently tearing my kitchen apart, examining every ingredient on everything I eat. Thanks for that. You're welcome. And this says, who the hell first discovered that that castoreum was tasty? That's an interesting point. Yes. Who thought, glands near the anus of beavers? I wonder what that tastes like. I want the name of the person. Let's have... I apologise for this programme, by the way. This programme is something that I would like to apologise for.
I am very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
Yes. Leicester, Paul.
Hi there, Nick. I think your programme needs some sort of health warning. It's not why I rang, but
this programme needs to be put through a wash cycle.
Yes, well, listening to the guy about Belgium, then, well, it's my birthday today, so...
Your birthday! Yeah.
Yeah, so I've never been to Belgium. I'm a cyclist, and as I was saying to your producer, then it's probably pretty flat as being next door to Netherlands, so I should be able to make it, but...
Well, I tell you what they do in Belgium, three things. That one is interesting and two are fantastic. The interesting one is they put mayonnaise on all over chips. All over it, they put it. Which, it sounds revolting, but it's actually quite nice. But they make beer...
I don't think I've had any chips for a long time, but still.
You're kidding.
No.
Chips are
I've been vegetarian for about 35 years.
Well, they make chips out of vegetables, believe it or not.
I know they do, but there's lots of fat and stuff.
Yeah, well...
Oven chips I used to do, but...
Yeah, you can make them yourself, yeah.
I know, used to. Go on, carry on.
They make beer like it's a nectar from heaven, and the chocolate, almost as good as Italian.
Yes, well, the missus occasionally goes over there with brother-in-law and comes back with various samples.
Well, tell her to go with an empty suitcase and come back with it bulging.
Yes, there's been a fair amount of stuff on, all of your shows that I could sort of waffle on about, but the only thing that I've recently heard about the hair and bread, which I didn't know, was something recently about, 12 tons of hair, I think, coming from China, from the camp.
Why do we need Chinese hair? We got plenty of hair over here. If I'm going to eat hair, I'm going to get good old-fashioned British hair. The hair that comes out of a British person's head is good enough for me. We don't need to import no foreign hair round these parts. We should build a wall.
Or even a concentration camp.
Oh, well, I can't believe that concentration camp is the last phrase you'll hear on this show. But it fits right in. Thanks a lot, Paul.